All right, well, hello everybody, and welcome back to another attempt of Vintage Story Wilderness Survival Permadeath. Attempt 29, I think. In the previous attempt, we made it damn far. Damn far. We even almost fought the mechanical clockwork dragon, and we went to a place called, what was it, Oblivion? Doomsday? I don't know, some apocalyptic place where it's like time didn't flow properly, there were monsters everywhere. A devastation, that's it. And the parkour segments were extremely difficult, even frustrating, but I do know how to get to the top of the tower now. So if I get back there, I'll figure it out. Now, the main reason I want to do this series, there's two reasons, primarily. First reason is no other game compares to this, no other game feels as fun. But the second reason is I want to make a tips and tricks video for both beginners and advanced players. And the easiest way to do that is to during this series, farm a whole bunch of clips and instances and moments while writing tips down, getting timestamps, and that's going to give me a lot of footage to work with in the future when I'm doing all that stuff, right? So, with all of that in mind, we're going to hop in, we're going to start a new playthrough, and we're going to enjoy it. It's just yet another opportunity to enjoy the entirety of the game. We're going to be using the same settings that we did previously. So let's see here. Continent Oceans Vintage Story settings. This will help me to create a world with the desired parameters. Alright, 40% land cover. BSPD 29. Alright, so these are the settings that we're changing for the world, alright? Player lives set to 1. Survival challenges, there's no soil instability at all. We're gonna disable the prevention of liquid source transport by buckets, which allows me to create elevators, of course. We're going to have the world map, coordinate overlay, and a color accurate world map. We're gonna allow microblock chiseling on most cubic blocks. Yeah, we need the map. It's an oceanic world. You can't sail without a map, right? World generation, this is the big one. So we're gonna go land cover 40%. Land cover scale 75%. And landform scale 120%. And that allows you to have like large continents. Really, really great for exploration. Okay. So with that done. Oh my god, Brian. Hello, buddy. You finally got it. Today's the day. 1 year in the Disciples of Discipline. Right on. Right on. How are you doing today? Oh, by the way, that reminds me, we have a coffee emoji now. All right, I made the coffee emoji. I finally got it done. All right, we're going to disable class exclusive recipes. These settings are looking good. I don't think we have to change anything else. I believe we're copacetic. So let's apply these changes. VSPD 29. Apply. And that's it. Yeah, we're good. Let's hop in. Another adventure is waiting. I
have tried to school.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. I have an English and it's gonna be.
Of course, yeah.
English is fine.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'm sure you'll do fine. And like you already found out, the entrance exams they don't even expect you to pass. It's just a formality.
Well, I hope that's the case. I hope that it's not just to multiply people. Capacity is, if they study there, then they'll have to look at
Well, I'm sure you'll exhibit a baseline level of competence to not be counted on the bottom people. We're all idiots in math. And the people who aren't are no fun. Okay. Alright, so we have to get started here. I already see a large body of water. It's time for me to make a tool. We're gonna have to start by making a knife. Damn straight, new emoji buddy, you got it. Welcome, Chris, welcome. It's honestly kind of nice to be back in Vintage Story. No other game can compare to this, right? Like, every other game just pales in comparison. All right, we have to find some food. It's really cold here. It's -3. What the hell's up with that? When the hell do you spawn in -3? I'll make a straw hat. And I gotta get out of this -3 area here. That's insane. All right, we got our first little bit of food, but it really isn't much. We're gonna have to find a lot more. And I have to go to greener pastures. We can't be here near these gravel fields. They're not conducive to early game success, so let's get moving. And let's keep an eye out for any mushrooms or whatever that I can find on the way. Mushrooms, berries, what have you, right? All right, let's make a shovel. No problem, Brian. No problem, buddy. My pleasure. All right, now, I kind of want to get up there and reach that, but I don't have any dirt. Yeah, there's resin up there, and I want to get it, but it would require jumping on top of gravel, which gravel has instability. All right, we got it. Fair enough. Let's keep on moving. We need to locate a place that's better than this, and I need to start finding some frickin' food. Well, I'm not gonna reach that from here. Hang on, let's grab a little bit of this. Okay, got it. Got another. This is definitely a good place to go if we need more resin in the future, but for now I have to get moving. It's only a matter of a very brief time frame before hunger becomes a very pressing issue. All right. We're getting to an area of greenery. It is still quite far. And unfortunately, hunger is just about to start gnawing. Grab that. Yeah, we're gonna have to start hauling ass. I can't take my time anymore. Let's move. Holy shit. Really difficult terrain to spawn in. We're gonna have to traverse all this and get past it. Holy shit, dude. Probably should have just swam the coast. Anyway, hunger is pretty tight. What's this? Lobster. I can eat that. Yep. And we have some more mushrooms right here. All right, let's keep moving. I got a little bite in my belly to tide me over for a sec. With more mushrooms here, apparently. I'll have to grab 16 horsetails, but right now I'm just a little too hungry to want to stop for too long. And we have to hope constantly that we don't get bum rushed by a bear or a wolf or something. That would really suck in terrain such as this. My only option would be going into the water, but really, a wolf can swim faster than me. Okay. All right, I'm just really grateful that we found some food. This little patch of forest took care of us, but we're gonna have to get ourselves the rest of the way. Let's just hug the coastline, I guess, and go this way. Trying to do the best we can on the admittedly extremely rugged terrain. Okay, we have a better forest down here. Let's hop down. And we have cattail availability. I need to zoom out though. I need to have a bird's eye view of the surrounding area. Okay. Yeah, let's start grabbing some cattails real quick before hunger sets in even more than it already has. Every 10 cattails that I get is a new basket that I can craft. We can also make a reed chest to strap to my back, which will give me a considerably greater amount of inventory space to work with. And we're gonna want to explore the area, try to find as much as we can. Most notably, finding goats in the early game, baby goats that I can pick up and take to our intended eventual home is very important. I need the goats. Yeah, that milk, that dairy, it turns out I can get it a lot sooner than I thought, even with a Generation 0 goat. So, and it only takes like 2 buckets of milk in order to completely max out your nutrition in that regard for dairy. Really doesn't take much. All right. We need food. Gonna have to worry about that in a second. For now, let's make that last basket. And I'm gonna keep my eyes open. We have a little bit of peat here, but I can see peat on the map. I got pretty good at spotting it on the map. I can tell the color differentiation now. Oh, buddy, we need to find berries or something. This is rough. There's a lot of cattails here. Wait, that's a cranberry bush over there. Is there anything on it? let's hope so. No, it's barren. All right, we're taking hunger damage. We better find something quick. Got a family of deers. Here we go. Oh, no, those are death caps. I'm probably not gonna feel desperate enough to eat a death cap mushroom. Let's keep looking. All right, desperate times. Let's eat this grain. Okay, we have berry bushes over here. White currant berries, nice. A ripened bush ready for consumption. We also have some cranberries here. Looks like we finally found our first little bit of food-based reprieve. Got more cattails. Okay, let's eat these, and let's organize our belt a little bit. I'm doing okay, Aussie. I'm doing okay. Every day above ground, right? How have you been? I know you've been extremely busy, but is life good? We have sandstone here. Trader over there. We got some granite stones here. Are there any other vases that I can collect? I don't really see any. Here we go. Tool vessel. All right. We're gonna keep on trying to gather a little bit of food, crops, seeds. Eventually we will decide to pick a base location and settle down, but for now we're in that early game period where I'm gonna want to explore as much as I can, farm up some agricultural supplies. Life is going along okay? No problem, buddy. I'm happy to hear it. It doesn't have to be going perfect, but I'm glad it's going okay. Okay, equip this. Grab those. Yeah, we need to start seeking out crops, and I'm gonna want to carefully inspect the island for a potential base location. Preferably a peninsula that lets me sail in multiple directions, but honestly, it's not totally necessary. We could base up anywhere, really. All right. We are gonna have to get more cattails. That's sandstone gravel. This island does seem like it stretches on a little bit. Like it just keeps going. So we'll keep going. And we'll get more cattails while we're going. Limestone gravel? Oh, no way. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Looks like we have readily available access to limestone. Pretty awesome. One of those very uncommon luxuries. Got some more grain. And I think I'll start collecting a stack of the bony soil. We can sift through that shit later. I only need 32. That's as high as the stack quantity will go. Okay. More crops over here. We're going to want to explore very diligently, because ultimately, the more flax seeds that you find before you settle down, the easier the time you're going to have when your playthrough is... when the momentum is building up and you're really getting everything going, you know? So we're going to be looking pretty hard to find some of that flax. And while we're here, I might mark this clay. And we're gonna grab a stack of it. Just one stack will do. Allow us to make all the shit that we want. You know, cooking pot, bowl, get that stuff going early. And the adventure doesn't have to go perfect. We will find the flax that we need before mid-June. It always ends up happening. We just have to be industrious in our exploration. I believe this stack goes to 128, so we'll keep gathering till we get there. Okay, got it. Let's keep moving. We got some red wine caps here. I'm gonna take them. Alright, these flowers indicate that there is at least a non-zero possibility that I could end up finding these in the area. Let's grab these. Got it. So it's currently 6 p.m. I do have the option of sleeping at a trader. I removed the Better Traders mod, you might have noticed that, mainly because it's more debilitating than it is useful. It's very important that every trader I find has a bed and a chest in the early game, right? This is a luxuries merchant. I seldom find one of those. I forgot to check what the other trader was back there. Got a bear right there. I thought I saw a resin here. There it is. All right, I think I'm gonna head back to the other trader and we can check what it is and use that trader's bed. But we've already detected limestone, which is pretty big. Let's eat. I see the trader off in the distance, but given that it isn't quite dark enough yet, we could go gather some cattails before night is fully descended. There were a whole bunch over here. Let's get gathering, but we can't stay out too late. Fortunately, the trader wagon does have a lantern attached to it. So we'll be able to use the trader as a makeshift beacon and find our way even in the dark. But that's not going to protect me against any potential pitfalls and holes that I could fall into. Let's grab a little bit of this just in case. If I do fall down into a hole, I want to be able to pole out, right? All right. We'll be able to craft a reed chest here soon. We strap that to our back and we'll have more than enough carry capacity to explore, get a lot of seeds, grab up everything we want. And I'm thinking that I might endeavor to craft a spear so I can kill raccoons that we find along the way. Every raccoon is potentially more fat, right? Anyway, let's craft a chest. Put it on the ground. Make the bandages that we need. And inside this chest, I don't really know what to deposit. Definitely the clay. We're not getting any more of that. The bony soil also. The resin, we're probably gonna find more, but we'll just start dumping stuff in there for now. And we won't think about it too much. All right, pick that up. Put it on our back. And it's getting very dark, so we're gonna head to that trader and we're gonna get some sleep until the morning. I need to really watch out for pitfalls and deep holes, because I can't see in front of me too well. So, what type of trader are you, huh? Artisan trader. Well, let's get some rest. We can wake up around 2:30 or 3 in the morning. All All right. The sun will start rising very shortly. Let's make a spear. We only need the one. I don't need to be able to kill a bear or anything. I just got to be able to kill some raccoons and gather some fat. Raccoons, foxes. Okay. We got our bandages ready. Got some extra food right here. This shovel is just about broken. I'll grab a few more dirt, and then we have a replacement that we got from a tool vessel. All right, beautiful. Inventory is very well managed. And the sun is rising. So I spawned over here. We could check over there and see what's what, but that looks pretty mountainous. I'm not expecting to find too many seeds in that area if we go over there. That's a rabbit. We'll keep our eyes open for raccoons as we travel. We gather some fat now, it'll only help us later, right? I don't care much about the hides of the bushmeat, but that fat has long-term value. Let's eat up. All right, we're gonna head over here toward this peninsula and take a look at it. And the more sticks we gather now while we're just walking around, the better. We're gonna need those sticks when it comes time to do our clay firing, right? So what better time than the early game when you're just walking around forests anyway? Pick up the sticks, keep a hand empty, right? All right, I'll be right back. Gotta pour my coffee. All right. Grab the blueberries. Got some more resin. Oh wow, this one tree has 3 resin on it, dude. That's kind of crazy. Holy shit. That was completely quiet leading up to the bite. That was insane. Let's heal up. I can lose it just fine. I mean, I might even try to kill it. But not until I have an amount of health commensurate to the task, you know? And that's why you always have bandages on day 1. Anyway, you know what? He's not chasing after us. We can leave him. Yeah, if he's leaving us alone, then it doesn't... Oh my god, and then there's a bear. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know if I want to be taking on a dangerous wild animal this early in the game. Seems like a reckless move. That tree is valuable. I want the resin, but... we're gonna have to try to make sure we've lost our pursuance before we go try to claim it. Jesus. A very dangerous neck of the woods. All right. And finally, I can get it. We got 4 resin right here. Not gonna bother marking it. Resin's very common, and with our resin on all sides mod, I'll be able to find more whenever I need it. But it is nice that we're stockpiling a good amount now. It's less gathering we would have to do later. Elephant's saddle. Can I eat that? Nope. All right, so where are we going? There is technically a peninsula over there, but it looks very hilly. But on the off chance that we could find some seeds there, I will take a look. Although getting up this hill seems like more trouble than it's worth, so I think we're just gonna move on. We're gonna head northwest. I see bear prints right here. Yeah, we gotta go. We gotta move. Okay. We're not being chased. Another bear giving chase. All right, he gave up. Now I have to go this way. Let's zoom out on our mini map here. We're gonna collect as much flint and sticks as we can here while we're traveling, and then when we need fire clay, we'll have a means of producing it, right? Or when we need clay pits, we'll have a means of filling it with fuel. Okay, raccoon, this is what we made the spear for. Let's try to get some fat. Nothing. We'll get rid of everything. Maybe I'll keep the small hides, because if I find enough of them, I could make, like, clothing or whatever, right? Let's eat. See crops over there, probably just a rye seed, but we'll go grab it just the same. All right, we got our first flax seeds. Very good. Every now and then, we are going to want to explore atop the peak of a mountain, try to find some goats that we could pick up the babies of, right? Even just a Generation 0 goat goes such a long way toward your dairy nutrition. You can just stand there and keep trying to milk it. You don't have to, like... If you fail to milk it successfully, you don't have to wait half a day. You literally have to wait like 2 seconds, and then you can try to milk it again. You can literally stand there and hold right click until it gives you milk, even if it's a Generation 0 goat. I didn't really learn that until my previous playthrough, but I'm damn glad I learned it. Now I know a Generation 0 female has a lot of utility. You can get the milk you need. Now, there is a goat there, but that's an adult. I can't really do much with that. We would need to find a baby that we could collect. Anyway, let's pop down here. I'm starting to see a lot of seeds off in the horizon. Let's begin gathering them. Try to increase our holdings of primarily flax. Everything else comes secondary. Got a bunch of flax right here. Okay. More flax. Oh, this is one hell of a place to be, clearly. That was literally 5 mature flax in a row. Beautiful. Let's grab these red wine caps. I can't neglect the food. Alright. Moving on. We have more flax here, midfield. Plenty of crops. Plenty of crops. That whole field is just rich with it. I ain't seeing much over there, but we'll check that out after we've gotten the density here. We need to collect what we can currently see. It's a lot of flax. Well, you know, we're increasing our holdings really well. If I find surface copper, we'll be cooking with gas. That's a straight shot to the tin bronze era. Whether or not you can locate tin bronze when you pan for copper, that's in question. You can't always pull it off, mainly because you only have the tools that you created. But if you find surface copper, then you can get enough copper from more tools, making it more likely that before you run out of copper, you will find cassiterite for the upgrade, right? Beautiful. 34 flax seeds. just about a quarter of the way to my objective of having 128 of them. Really don't need much. We just need one full plot. We got more over here. Let's go grab it. We're gonna have to fill up the chest on our back here in a second. Make sure we have enough room for shit. Let's do it now. Get rid of that granite gravel. The parsnip seeds are going to be pretty rare. We'll just dump those. We'll get rid of the small hide. Grab these because they're going to stack even more. Deposit the cattails. We can control whether or not we grab any more of those. Okay, that'll do for now. Let's put that on our back and keep moving. All right, let's pan the horizon, try to seek out even more flax. I'm hoping the gravy train isn't over yet, but finding roughly 40 flax seeds, that's a good haul. That's a very good haul. The parsnip seeds I might not even keep, only because you find parsnips so rarely that you can never get a good sum of them built up, right? It may be more prudent to get rid of them. For now, though, I want to kill this fucking fox, see if we can get fat from it. There's another one too. We'll check and see. Yep, we got a fat. We'll delete the rest. I don't really care much about the hides and stuff. I know that we could collect them, but we have other priorities at the moment, so let's delete the bones. No fat that time. Okay. These mushrooms will tide us over for a good long time. By the time we eat all these, our vegetable nutrition will be peaked. It isn't even noon yet. It seems like it's been a long time in the current game day, but honestly, it's not passing that fast. And we still got another... I'm comfortable searching for another 3 days to find shit before we settle down and pick a base. Yeah, I love... There's a certain marriage between my mods that results in a really wonderful early game experience. And I would definitely recommend that you guys try it out if you haven't yet. But when you have the carry-on mod, and you can have this backpack, the reed chest backpack, right? It just, oh my god, does it ever help. It basically means that you can travel and be a nomad for the beginning of your playthrough, collecting a stockpile of seeds, right? You don't have to settle down right away. I really like it. I really like it. You get to choose the base that you want, and you don't have to leave behind a shitload of loot while you're traveling. Because a lot of people, they'll travel to a base that they want, they'll keep traveling till they find it, but in the process, they'll have to leave behind a bunch of shit that they pass by, right? Because you just can't take everything. But this reed chest still doesn't allow you to take everything, but it's pretty damn close. You can like rank order loot based on its its priority to your perspective, and you can make sure you're not leaving behind anything that seems critically important to you. Anyway, I might even try not to eat these mushrooms, because if I keep them long enough, then theoretically I could use these for porridge. But, you know, obviously we'll eat them if we feel we must. Let's keep looking around. There might be more seeds. Damn straight, Brian. Are they the magic variety? That's the question. Are we gonna trip balls when we eat these mushrooms? Are we gonna find the answers to the universe contained within their spores? Alright, this is a full-fledged peninsula. This is like the edge here. Haven't really found any goats yet, but we'll keep our eyes open. It's kind of why I'm scaling this peak right now, because I'd like to take a look and see if we can locate some babies to swoop up, you know? Doesn't take much. Not really seeing that, though. Let's head down. This looks like a place where we might be able to get more seeds anyway. Alright, nothing over here that we can gather. Holy shit, don't fall down there. All right. Any other seeds? Not that I can see right now. This is all limestone beneath our feet. We might build an interesting base this time around if we have good access to limestone. Still gonna use those cream bricks though. They look better. All right. Okay, we might want to go to a new island. I mean, it looks like we've tapped out this one, exploration-wise, right? Maybe that big landmass over there? Question is, can I even swim that? That's a long swim. A very long swim. Might not be that long, but it sure as shit looks long. Either way, I see precious few options. Let's get rid of that marker right there. Delete it. And let's get going. It's a very big landmass, and I will at least mark this as... Fuck, caps lock is on. Let's get out of the fucking water. Because we can always come back here. Okay, there we go. Let's get swimming. Oh god, it's only 4 days till the first Temporal Storm, huh? That's pretty rough. We don't have long. It's gonna happen on day 5, technically. I'm just glad there's no sharks in the water. Can you imagine? You're just fucking swimming, and the shark takes a chunk out of you. That place looks kind of funky. But it's what we got. Every landmass offers new opportunities. Think about how long we've been searching that landmass that we just came from, right? And then consider what we may find over here. I didn't do much of this in the previous playthrough. Island hopping in the early game, trying to maximize our acquisition of resources, right? We didn't do very much of that. This time, I want to be more adventurous. We didn't find any bees on that island. This place looks nice though, look at that. Got the red trees on top. Ginger Tip Mountain. That's what we'll call it. We'll call it Ginger Tip Mountain. All right, that peninsula up ahead is our closest point. That's where we got to get to. Still got plenty of food. 56 red wine cap shrooms. It's been an extremely long swim, but we're well over halfway there, roughly 2/3. And we're coming up on the peninsula now. All right, everybody, let's hope we can find some good things here. I'm gonna want to check the mountain peaks, try to find some goat babies, and we're gonna cross our fingers, hope that this island is very rich in flax, as well as a good place to settle down, a good place to have our base. We know that there's limestone over there, and we can always return to that island later. When the time comes that we need some, we know where to go with the raft. This is claystone sand. We made it. We've touched shore in a distant land. Now, I do not have a bed at present. I may want to craft one soon, but for now we'll hold out until the last possible minute. We may yet find a trader who has a bed, right? Let's heal up. I've used half of our bandages now. Oh, look at that. I was kind of hoping this green plane would stretch on further. Let's take a look at the map. Yeah, we're going to want to head over here, head inland. I am digging the color of that map. It's all greenery, all forest, all potential. God, I never noticed before the extreme performance hit in forests. It's weird because I had like 27 playthroughs where I just did not notice how bad forests were, right? Now I notice it every time I go near a bunch of trees. I even have the waving foliage turned off in an attempt to try and make it better, right? You have no idea, buddy. Turning off SSAO made a difference, but I still get spikes. Okay. We're getting chased by a brown bear. Let's try to lose it. It looks like we have. So you got a fat for me or what? So far I've gotten one. Nope. Yeah, it hasn't been resoundingly worth it, has it? All right. All right, let's grab these. And I'm gonna want to start crafting a bed here very shortly. Over here looks promising. Northwest. That's why we're going to travel northeast and look there first. I gotta make a bed. Which is gonna require 24 dry grass. Okay, we got it. We can sleep anytime we need to now. All right. That's a wolf. Let's avoid that. I see a Valais goat over there, but no babies accompanying it. What was that? Well, there's a couple Valais goats, but as I said, no baby. No baby in sight. We need to find a baby to pick it up. But we'll keep our eyes open. We still got 2 or 3 days where I can wander the map in pursuit of what we're looking for. Holy shit. Fuck that. Dude. Where the hell am I? Holy shit. Okay. There is a trader, and I am gonna have to check what it is. There's a bighorn ram here. Anyway, what are you, huh? Furniture trader. Well then. Okay. Yeah, I really don't think that I'm gonna end up getting any fat from these small animal kills here. So we're just gonna delete the spear. And I guess I'll eat this lump of fat. Open up the inventory slot for more. Oh my god, a bighorn goat baby. That is a female baby. Right on. Well, that's, 1. Let's keep looking around. Alright, let's head back to the trader and let's get some rest. A large hide, eh? Alright, I can make a new pair of pants out of that. Let's do it. And let's get some sleep. Do you even have a bed in here? It doesn't look like you do. Guess I'm gonna have to sleep outside, which is pretty sus. Okay. Well, we did it safely enough. Now, I was able to find a bighorn goat female baby. Hoping for more. If I just find one male, then we're set. I'll have what we need. Not necessarily what we want, but our needs will be covered. We gotta try to scale this. Climb to the top, see what's there. Which is honestly pretty hard to do. Unless you nerd pole up, which I don't like doing. I guess we'll try to just do that. Because then you gotta find your way down, right? Alright, we gotta eat. It's a good thing we have all these red wine shrooms. There's snow up here. It's actually so cold up here, there's fucking snow. Fascinating, buddy. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're finding much up here goat-wise. So we're gonna head this way. Oh my god. I see more bighorn goats over there, but no babies. I'll get a closer look and see if we can spot any babies in the bush, but there's a wolf and a bear nearby. Okay, grab some of those berries. All right, yeah, we're gonna check over here, see what we can find, and then we'll head west. It looks like a good place to build. I don't know when or even if we'll find bees on this island, but I'm keeping my ears open. We already have 61 sticks just from picking them up off the ground and passing. Let's try to find flatter plains over here. Rabbits, raccoons. If we come within 40 blocks of a bee hive, we'll start to hear it. Okay. Eat the cranberries. And here's hoping we can start finding some more flax seeds here shortly. There's a wolf down to my right. Let's try to avoid that. Avoid its aggro entirely, because there's a lot of hilly terrain here to slow me down. All right. Let's check up here. Atop the peak. Check for goats, bees, seeds. I see bighorn goats over there. Whether or not we find a baby is anybody's guess. No. In fact, these are the two we saw before, so now we're gonna start heading west. And slightly north. Oh, this could be a great place to find some flax seeds. Some places, you look at it, you just know. All right, let's begin. Bro. That goat followed me all the way over here, and then he just stops. All right, bizarre. All right, let's zoom out. Get a bird's eye. The first episode is always very fun, but also very tense, pretty much the whole way through, because you don't really know whether or not you're going to end up finding what you need, like a bunch of flax, the goats, right? As you bang these objectives out, and you do find them, you feel a tremendous relief wash over you for the rest of the playthrough, right? But it's very nerve-wracking to not know if you're gonna find the goats that you need, and not know if you're gonna find the bees, not know if you're gonna find a good place to live or the flax seeds. A lot of variables for that early game stretch. A lot of variables indeed. Makes it an uncomfortable experience, even though it is engaging and consistently fun. Anyway, we are definitely finding some flax seeds around here, so let's ride this gravy train. We got some rye. Bye bye, Miss American Rye. We got more flax right here. You love to see it. More down there. All right, let's take a look while pausing the game. There is more flax right here. We're gonna go grab it. Let's eat. Wow, I think I got one flax seed for all of those plants. It's pretty rough. There's more over here. Yeah, this whole area is gonna yield us a lot of flax as we gradually explore the entirety of it. I'm not seeing any more vegetation leading up this cliff. So now we're gonna follow this this ridge and peninsula to see where it goes. We could search that little island. I don't know how big it is. It's pretty small, but it's also connected to another large island. So, I mean, that would be like a last resort, right? But we'll at least go to the edge of this here and see what's what. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're finding much else over here. Not unless we swim to the other shore, which I don't want to do. But we have this big open plain here to check for. In fact, this whole area looks like a promising zone for not just flags, but also potentially more goats, right? So we'll see what we can do. Let's eat. I'll tell you one thing, this is definitely bee country. We could find a hive anytime. Yeah, we're just gonna keep screening the terrain, scanning it. Being very thorough. As we continue to head west, because going west, that northwest corner looks like the best place to build my house. Really not seeing that many crops in these fields, not as many as I was expecting to find here. Oh, that's interesting. A possible base location right there. Let's grab these. We gotta fill our belly. Here we go. All right, I found some crops. Looks like flax. Let's go get it. Okay, we're sitting on 55 flax seeds. We're only about halfway to our quota. But I have started to see flax plants in the immediate surroundings. So hopefully we find a good cluster. Or 10. the game, take a peek around. I'm just gonna get rid of that knife. We don't presently need it. Nor do we really need the axe and the shovel. We looted those. So I could get rid of them if I have to. Let's keep looking. Let's get a bird's eye view from up here. Down there. But that's rye. That's forest. Not likely to find seeds there. Okay. Hopefully we go northwest and we see a massive field conducive to flax growth. We get lucky, find a couple of goats, maybe some bees. We're placing our, placing all of our chips on a losing bet with that, but we'll see what happens. Stranger things have happened. Is that an elk? Did I just hear a fucking wild elk? Oh my god, I did. That's literally an elk over there. Oh, that's kind of crazy. I didn't have wild elks on my bingo card for the day. They're pretty rare. All right. More elks. Along with the baby elk. Interesting. Medium fertility soil in abundance. That's a raccoon. Oh, we did the Farseer settings. Yeah, I checked that earlier. They're set to default. Yeah, I did that earlier in this stream. Hello, Seven Sky. Welcome. How are you? How is life treating you lately? Oh? Well, there is a surface copper here. Let's mark that. We at least found that. I'm gonna turn that music down for a little bit. Got a wolf over there. Not seeing any valuable seeds. I see like a couple of onions here, but... Oh, here we go. A little bit of flax. Okay. We're sitting on 63 flax. We're only about halfway there, unfortunately. This has not been the most lucrative island to explore, but... We are, however, sitting on almost 30 resin already. Here we go. That's a deer. Don't really care about that. All right. More onions right here. We are finding a decent amount of seeds on, like, in this general area, in this vicinity. But I think the gravy train has just hit the station. All right, now, we have to figure out where we're going from here. I did find copper there, but so far, no place conducive to living. Not really. I'd like to check out this area right here. So we have limestone down there. We have a copper vein right here. I could island hop to another island in this chain and just keep on looking around. Keep on exploring. The more we explore, the more seeds we find, the more geared up we become. We found a single female goat here. We're gonna hope that we can find more goats elsewhere if we keep on looking, right? More flax. Holy shit, that's quite a little pitfall right there. Okay, so what do we got over there? Massive island. It looks like two. There's a tiny island over here, which we will go check out, and then there's a bigger one over there. Hi, sweetie. It's time, huh? Yeah. Okay, give me a hug. All right. Well, we are back. Getting hungry, though. Let's eat some of these mushrooms, and let's make the swim over there to that new island. It is a very good thing that we collected all these red wine mushrooms. They're sustaining us. Now, I see a trader wagon up there. Pretty much the moment I see a treasure hunter trader, I'm going to want to really strongly consider settling down near it. We're going to mark it on the map, of course, but having a treasure hunter nearby can be useful when you get to the story bits later. I see a lot of berries over here. We're going to grab them on our way through. Okay. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to scale this hill in the hopes that we might be able to locate goats up here. I still need babies. Still need them. And I'm going to put this chest down and try to deposit some stuff. For longevity's sake, we'll deposit the captured bighorn female. Also, the axe and the shovel should go in there. And then we'll put this on our back. All right, let's keep moving. Oh, look at that. What a majestic mountain. Okay. Not seeing much here, but we'll see. All right, let's check out this trader and see what his deal is. Oh, it looks like a camp. A lot of traders here. Fair enough. Agricultural supplier. Is it just you? This entire camp? You built this yourself, really? Can I steal your cooking pot? Give me that. No way, that actually worked? Dude. I just stole his cooking pots. See you later, loser. They're mine now. Oh, that's funny shit. Okay. They'll stack if I clean this one of the rotten food. I had no idea. And I got rid of the Better Traders mod. Like, that's... Oh, that's awesome. The traders are even better, even more better when you get rid of that mod. All right. Honestly, it's funny. The Better Traders mod does make them worse because it takes away the beds. It typically takes away the storage containers that they have that you can use. So you end up with worse traders as a byproduct of installing the Better Trader mod. Incidentally enough, this is a massive copper vein. We're going to mark this. All right. We have 2 copper veins marked down. That looks like a kind of a shitty place to go. This big island right here, it doesn't look like it's going to have much that we need. Mainly because it looks very gravelly, right? But let's keep looking around. That would actually be a great place to base up, honestly. Yeah. All right. The prevalence of gravel is definitely going to disrupt our seed gathering on this island, so we might want to island hop to another one in short order, but we'll grab whatever isn't tied down here. It certainly wasn't a waste to come over here, because we wouldn't have found that copper over there had we not come here, right? And I believe this island may be a limestone-claystone hybrid regarding the sedimentary rock types. Okay. Let's grab up some of these cranberries. We'll need them after we sleep. We got another trader over there. Maybe we check him out, see what he's got. See if he's a treasure hunter or not. Well, I got another flax seed. We might be able to find some more, hopefully. You never know, right? I've seen it happen before where the unlikely location yields the most seeds, like an island that's predominantly gravel, yet for some reason you find so many seeds. It happens. It really does. Flips the script on you. I think that might be flax over there. Turnips to my left, flax right here. Beautiful. 73 seeds is not bad. Not bad. Honestly, ever since I started playing with islands like this, it's been harder. It's been harder to seek out the requisite seeds that we want, right? Instead of having an enormous landmass that you can just traverse at will, you have bodies of water separating them, typically requiring a relatively lengthy swim to reach new shores. Oh, that was nice. That was a good amount of seeds. We're at 78 now. I have to remember to pause the game in order to look around. It's getting late, getting darker. It's going to get harder in order for me to see. Like, harder for me to see, harder for me to detect these. All right, we can keep on looking when we have more daylight. Right now, I think I would be too likely to miss crops, even if I looked at them. But we do have some extra food. I don't suppose this is a treasure hunter. Nope, survival goods supplier. What do you trade anyway? 10 bronze axe, fur coat, gloves, got a bed, linen sack. Oh. Oh. All right. Let's go clean this cooking pot. The one that has the rod in it. Can't believe we were able to just steal that from the trader, dude. That's amazing. So we now have 2 stacking dark brown ceramic cooking pots, but we don't have bowls to go with them. That's the catch. Right? And without bowls, they won't really come in handy too much. Let's close that. And let's get some rest. Waking up on day 4.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, sweetie. I love you very much. Be safe, okay? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good time streaming.
Of
Have
course.
A good night. Good sleep.
Indeed, yeah. You are too. I'll see you in the morning. Well, I mean tomorrow. Yeah. All right, we now have sufficient daylight. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the music up for a little while. It's been quiet. We'll turn it up to maybe like 6. Just a little bit. Okay. I don't really see any crops in this direction at all. Heading toward... Oh, I'm wrong. There is flax right here. It definitely paid to pause and look. I just got 3 flax seeds. No stone unturned, right? Anyway, let's keep going. I'm gonna carefully pore over this area and try to find whatever flax seeds might be hidden in the din. Let's eat some breakfast. We did sleep up an appetite. Okay, continuing on. So far, no treasure hunter trader, but we have found a couple of surface iron deposits. We found a female baby goat, but we need a male to go with it, of course. Alright, we're gonna have to pick a new island. Now, over here looks like it might be okay. I might go check that out. We also have to keep an eye out for any baby goats. We got some spelt right here. Alright, let's keep moving. The journey continues. Did you dead? Yeah, we ended up dying when we were trying to do one of the story locations, when we were at Devastation. It's a very difficult place, but I have every confidence that in this playthrough I'll be able to accomplish it this time. So, how are you doing, Era? How have you been? Let's keep our eyes open. We might end up finding the goats that we need anywhere around here. You know what I'm thinking, Chris? Butter? After we found out Farseer was causing all sorts of problems, I actually uninstalled that Fine mod, whatever, Optifine or Optitime, whatever the hell it's called. I uninstalled that. Maybe I should reinstall that and see how it works now that I have the Farseer problem dealt with. You know, maybe it would fix my spotty frame rate in forested areas. All right, let's head all the way up here and check for some goats. Specifically, we're seeking out bighorn rams. We need that species. That's what I have a female baby for. Not seeing much over there. Anyway, we don't need to swim to that island. We can technically walk to it. All right. It is a damn struggle to find our goats this time, that's for sure. And bees. No bees yet. Flax seeds have been giving us some trouble, but no more trouble than they usually do. It's often very hard to find enough flax seeds to feel comfortable, right? Not seeing any bighorn rams in my immediate vicinity. I do see something up there, but I think that might be like an elk. Let's head up here and see what we can see. You explore a peak like this, you are more likely to find goats. And it'll give me a bird's eye view for the rest of the island. I think those are wolves down there. Or snow foxes. That's an elk. Alright, let's head down. Okay. We're gonna need some more berries here shortly, but that's alright. Oh my god. Okay, this is why you always have dirt on you. I'm very surprised I didn't take fall damage there. It wouldn't have killed me, not nearly. I probably would have only lost about half my health, but yeah, that could have been a lot worse, buddy. Alright. Let's keep moving. Now that that potential nightmare is behind us. So we could continue going that way. We came from over here. We kind of spawned right there. We found 2 copper veins right here, limestone right there. All right, so you know what? We'll go search this peninsula, then we'll double back. And I do think I'm gonna try to just go ahead and install the Optitime mod. Let's save and quit, log out, and try to install that mod. Anything that'll improve my performance when we're going through a forest, I'm totally on board with right now, you know? There is also another option. I think I bookmarked it. Yeah, right here. There's some changes that we can make on the back end of our NVIDIA control panel. Now that we have, you know, I'm going to apply these changes now that we have the, what do you call it? Now that we have finally fixed the Farseer problem that we were having before. So let's see. Okay. In-game settings, sure, but NVIDIA control panel, low latency mode, ultra. And then vsync fast sync. FPS limit, I think we can just leave that untouched. Or we could do like 120. Threaded optimization off. Okay, let's apply those changes and let's see if this improves the forest settings, right? Okay, we've applied all of those, and then if that doesn't work, we'll go a step further and we'll install Optitime to see if it improves the stuttering in the forest. Okay, let's hop back in. All right, there's understandably going to be some lag while the world loads in, but we'll see how the forest performance is now. I'm going to restore God Rays and FXAA. I want to leave those on. And then waving foliage as well. Well, ultimately, what I'm hoping for is a fix where I can have all these things I like and not suffer a massive performance boost, right? So far, it definitely seems better in the woods, even with those settings enabled. And chunks are still loading in, so that could have something to do with any stuttering that we get. Okay, I don't really think I'm finding anything here. Unless I find bees, which, of course, that would be great. Let's turn off the music. The only reason I'm searching this peninsula is for bees. And we need to grab some berries. All of our red wine mushrooms are gone. Eaten. Well, no bees here. Let's continue to hug the coast. This way. And there's a lot of woods along the coast. Maybe we'll find bees as we go. Unlikely with the larch logs. Okay. Grab that. Continuing on. We'll be swimming to a new island shortly. And I can safely say that just those brief changes that I made to the control panel of NVIDIA, it's definitely helped. 100%. Like, it's visible, clearly. All right. Grab the blueberries. Sticks. We're up to 90 sticks now. That's good. When the time comes to do our clay firing, we'll be happy to have all those. All right, so how does this island look now? There's more green plains over here that we're gonna go check out. For sure. Try to find more flax seeds and bees. We have plenty of copper already. We can make a day trip out of it and just sail for more copper. Like, easily. Yeah. Here's hoping we can find one more, like a bighorn lamb male. Anyway, we're currently sitting on like 45 resin. I don't think we're gonna need that much more. That resin on all sides mod has come in clutch. We've gathered a whole bunch of it. Anyway, we're gonna go up here to the peak, take a look and see if we can find any goats, and then continue to hug the coastline and head down. Got a bear nearby. Trader down there, hopefully a treasure hunter. I would love to finally find one and have that ticked off of the list of necessities for the playthrough. Let's grab the rye down here. I want the music too, guys. I want it too. But until I find bees, you know, it'll help to have the music turned off. We may end up finding more flax seeds in this zone that we're approaching right now. Yeah, if there's spelt here, then definitely. Okay. Three more flax seeds just sitting there. Very foggy up there at that altitude. Okay, I see flax over here. I see what looks like spelt over there. Rye right here. This is definitely a loaded area for seeds. We're going to want to take full advantage while we're here. We can also stockpile unnecessary grains for porridge, right? It's a good place to be. And we'll check out that trader and see what kind he is. Hopefully, and preferably, he's going to be a treasure hunter. And we can knock that off the list of necessities. All right, let's eat. Oh, beautiful. Okay, 88 flax seeds. We're getting there. We are definitely getting there. And these woods right here, perfect place to potentially find bees. Honestly, I'm thinking around this area would be a great place to base up. Get rid of those. Okay. So let's check out the trader, see what we're working with here. Treasure hunter, here it is. Okay, we're gonna mark this. That's one more thing knocked off. Wagon. Treasure hunter trader. Beautiful, buddy. Okay, we got it. That's another thing we don't need to worry about. So, let's start looking around, try to find some bees. Yeah, this is the exact type of forest where you find bees. So if we base up here, I know I'll find bees eventually. Yeah. "12 sticks just sitting there. Dude, we're getting a shitload of sticks here. This is nice. 125 now. Anyway, yeah, we're just gonna walk through these woods. Although the seeds have a chance of being over here primarily. I just also want to walk through the woods to try to find bees. So we'll try to get the best of both worlds and look for seeds while also sticking close to the border of the forest. We got more copper right here. Beautiful. That's our third copper vein that we've located in our travels. Doing a great job stockpiling on sticks here. Grab the parsnip seeds. Yeah, this place has profound potential for a base. Definitely does. God, even this right here, you know, that doesn't look very flat to me, but anywhere along this coast would be a perfect base location. Wait. Is that wind or bees? Might have been the wind. All right. Let's keep looking around. Keep going. Hello. 2 resin. Okay. We're gonna head south now. Straight south. This area is bound to have some seed availability. Hang on a second. Alright, no bees right here. Now we go south and we find the remainder of our flax seeds required. I'd say we have a pretty good chance of finding them in these fields. If you see one seed, you know you're gonna see more. We can definitely find bees in these forests. 100% we can. I seldom find chert stones, but I don't think I would use chert to build. Chert gravel. Let's check these trees for bees. See how much quicker it is to pick up sticks than it is to break all the branches on a tree? You find the right forest, you'll be swimming in sticks. Alright, no seeds here. Let's keep moving. Oh, there's gotta be seeds here, right? Yeah, I see some already. Beautiful flax. And that's why you keep moving 1 foot in front of the other. Okay. Oh, and I see bauxite over there too. Very nice. That's part of steel making. Finding it early is good for later. What is that? That's black coal right there. Interestingly enough, I don't know that we would find fire clay beneath it, but it is interesting to find that. Oh, blue clay. This must be marked. Got it? That's our first bit of blue clay. We will need it when it comes time to make our cream bricks. Got some spelt right here. All right. Do you see any more flax? Not quite. Let's go to that trader wagon over there. Here's some flax. Nice. right, 97 flax. We are looking damn good on that front. Our Temporal Storm is going to be tomorrow. I don't know how much longer we're going to be traveling for. I have to get started on building my homestead and getting it all put together. What are you, huh? Luxuries merchant. Come on, buddy. Help a brother out. Where's the bees? Where the bees at? Or the goats. I will take a bee or a goat. Let's check up here for goats. Bighorn rams specifically. I'd imagine somewhere in those woods there has to be bees, so I'm thinking I might base up like right here. Or down along this coast somewhere. I'm really not that sure yet, but... the more we explore, the better our holdings will increase, so I'm in no rush to settle down. Not really. Valais goats. What do they eat? Hang on. Animal husbandry. It goes wonderfully, Snap. Wonderfully. We're having a great day. How's it going on your end? How's life treating you? Let's see here. Goats. Where's the list of foods? Okay, I think all goats have the same food needs. Oh, I think so. So theoretically, we could try to catch these. I got it. That is a female Valais goat. If I can find a male Valais goat, baby, then we're in the money. And I'll have the goats banged off the list. Male goat. Okay, we're good. So, let's... hang on. I'm gonna put the bed down, put our chest down. We're gonna get rid of this bighorn female goat. Now that we have a Valais male and a Valais female, the breeding pair. We're gonna delete the axe and the shovel. We just don't need them yet. And then we are going to deposit the... we have 61 resin, man. Let's deposit the cooking pots, the flint, and that'll do for our inventory management. I don't suppose there's another Valais goat, baby. Not that it matters. We pretty much have what we need. And you know what? The more we travel around, the more stuff we're finding that we need. So I think at this stage, I am just going to go over here and we're going to base up on this island. As you can see, we have copper, copper, limestone, more copper. And we can explore kind of over here later, but we have bauxite, limestone, just a whole bunch of really useful stuff, right? I will try to find some bees on the way home. It's not entirely likely, and we do have to worry about that temporal storm starting soon. But we found goats, we found surface copper. We have almost 100 flax seeds, which is not quota. Quota's 128, but it's close. So at this point, right, we pretty much just want to pick a home. And there's little seed bits scattered around. I might be able to get the rest of the flax that we want in this area, instead of continuing to travel and look around. Okay, we are now at 101. Oh, there's crazy legs. Let's run away from that. There may be more flax around here. I can't really say at present, but either way, it's getting too dark and I need to take shelter for the night. Now, one thing that's interesting to take note of is the fact that this guy, it might be safe in his base. More or less. I don't like this. I'm very exposed to the outside right there, right? But the light level in here may be conducive to stopping spawns within, right? Like, I can't seem to take cover anywhere, though. Not full cover, right? Like, they'd be able to shoot me from out there, which is the issue. I do wish this was more closed up. Anyway, let's just get some sleep. Wake up. Okay, 3:58 in the morning. And so far, there's no warning for another pending... There's no warning for a temporal storm. So that means we have a minimum of 8 hours before the temporal storm. More likely, it's... Holy shit. More likely, we're gonna have like 12 to 15 hours before we have to worry about it. Anyway, I see some more seeds. Let's grab them. Yeah, there's black coal bits here. I guess I'll mark it. And there was another black coal bit over here. The only reason I'm marking it is because it may be possible to find fire clay beneath black coal, even if it's a surface vein. That's what I'm hoping for. Shit. The hell was that? That was crazy legs. All right, we're good. We're healed up. I have 5 more bandages remaining. We are gonna scour the woods today and try our very best to find bees. Our very best. We have the goats that we need. We just about have the flax seeds that we need. It all comes down to finding some bees now. So I'm gonna run straight through all of these woods. All of them. And we'll continue picking up sticks off the ground while we go. Possibly even more flint. I already have a full stack of flint and a full stack of sticks. In fact, we have a stack and a half of sticks. But more flint is more fire clay, and more sticks is less that I have to grind out later for firing clay. Okay. Now, this is high altitude forestry, so we're probably not going to end up finding any bees up there. We'll stick to the lower areas. And I'm going to make a new knife. I should try to grab some more cattails and increase our supply of them. Put the chest on the ground. Okay, we're going to delete that resin. I no longer need to collect resin because we have a full stack of it. We don't need more. Let's deposit that full stack of sticks to save space. I think I'll just delete the bony soil. I'll hang on to it, but I really don't see myself needing it much. Store that here. Okay. We're good. Let's pick this up, put it on our back, and start gathering some cattails. I just hope I don't get bum rushed by a wolf. That'd be a good way to die this early. It's a hell of a lot faster than me in the water. Okay. All right, that should be enough to refill my bandage stack. Got it. So, this area is where I'm most likely to find bees. We have to scour those woods. Here's hoping we can find some today, guys. Here's hoping. It's pretty much the final piece of the puzzle. Besides a few missing flax seeds. Yeah, we found surface copper, flax seeds, a treasure hunter trader, goats, right? Damn near everything required. Let's eat. I'm gonna have to forage for more food now. Right, I don't even need more resin. We have a full stack, we're good. As long as my elevation doesn't change, we're alright. I might find bees. Holy shit. Wait. Am I hearing bees up that tree? Honestly, I won't bother nerd polling. If anything, I'll just fly up there and see what I can hear. I don't think so. Alright. Holy shit. Oh, God. Get out of here. Dude. It feels fucking scary to be stuck in a whole bunch of trees. Alright. Wolf. Bear. Holy shit. I think the sound, it's ambient sound level for bees, right? Pretty sure. Or is it environment? There is no environment sound. Okay. When we hear bees, we will know it. Shit, I need food. Got some berries. We're being chased by a bear. I'll lose it. And we gotta go back for some food. Alright, let's go back. Yeah, those berries are down there. We can grab them. As long as we avoid that bear. Come on, buddy. Let's get some bees. Lord, help us find bees. Please, we implore you. Rain your divine will upon this forest. Grant us bees aplenty for the prosperity of our homestead. Well, you know what? It's not what we asked for, but there is more copper here. God bless. All right. Grab the berries. All right, let's continue scouring the woods. Oh shit, Temporal Storm is approaching. Okay. I can make myself a safe little shelter. More copper. Crazy. Okay. No bees, eh? Despite our best efforts, no bees. Let's just keep an eye on that Temporal Storm timer. I gotta be ready for it. Let's take a look around. If we found the turnips, we may find more flax here. And we don't quite have all the flax that we want, though we are very close. Spelt seeds. Grab all the berries you see. Can't be passing them up now. Okay. Let's grab all these berries. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 blocks. I have enough. I can shelter myself from the storm just fine. We're going to continue looking that way for bees. This is one hell of a journey, man. I'm not sure at what altitude it becomes impossible to find bees, but I think it has more to do with the temperature. The yearly temperature range. Keep moving. The lower the altitude, the better. Warmer climate. More likely bee spawn. Bro, I am very invested in the result of finding bees right now. Grab the blueberries. All right. Yeah, we can explore pretty much all of those woods. Hopefully they're at a elevation conducive to bee spawning. Hopefully. Looks like we're going higher, but... Hmm. I have always felt that bees should be more common. I have. Like, it just seems like, you know, bees are everywhere. Everywhere, buddy. When was the last time you stepped out in the middle of spring and you couldn't find a bee, right? Alright, gonna head uphill here. That larch tree indicates that I will not be able to find bees in this area. Our elevation is too high. We won't find what we're looking for here. Fuck, that sucks. I was really hoping we would find some bees around this area. Like, really hoping for it. We may have to move on to a different island. Right? In order to maximize our chances of finding them. It sucks, but it is what it is. Until I find bees, I can't settle down. Come on, buddy. Come on, show us the bees. Nicolas Cage be damned, show us those bees. Cover Winkler in bees. Let's eat. Temporal Storm is in 3 hours from now. Some seeds, you find so many bees that you can just start breaking wild hives, right? This time around, not so much. We're gonna head northwest to the other coast and look around right there. We're in the correct climate. Let's hug this coastline. We got some flax here. Let's grab the seeds. 108 out of the required 124. That's looking good. I'm not worried about the flax anymore. I don't need that. Okay. All right, I'm gonna have to go somewhere else. Yeah, it sucks, but we have to swim to another island. But I'm gonna swim this way, or just walk the coast. Like, I could just walk over there and see what's what, where we found the bauxite, right? I think that's just water. Yeah, just water. All right, yeah, let's head over there. I only have an hour and 33 minutes before the storm. I'm gonna have to take cover, put the bed down, you know, danger-proof an area and hunker down. It sucks. I was really hoping to find some bees before the storm, and it's gonna be dark by the time the storm is over. I'll have to sleep, but we can't control the circumstances. Best we can do is keep looking. Keep applying ourselves, despite the perceived futility of the effort, until eventually fate gives way to the work you've put in, and you get the result you deserve just because you refused anything but. That's all you gotta do, buddy. In games and in real life. You just force it. You literally just force it. That's it. The outcome you want, you're the deciding factor. A person in a wheelchair isn't going to make themselves walk necessarily. But if you got legs that work, then you have no excuses, really. Okay. We'll get as far as we can, and then I'll shelter up. Alright, let's put our shelter together when we reach that other coast over there. Hope we have enough time. Wasn't anticipating the length of the swim. But I think we're alright. Okay. Yeah, we got just enough time to get this all set up. So let's put the bed down. And then walls. And we should be safe in here for the Temporal Storm's duration, but we're gonna have very little to do. It is what it is. I did fix the forest issue, yeah. I did some NVIDIA control panel tweaks to get it all fixed up. Hello, Jesper. It's going okay, buddy. It's going okay. We're on the hunt for bees. We've covered every other early game need, but we've failed to find the bees so far, so we're trying to get that done. How's your day going? How's life treating you? Schedule 1? No. No, I tried to play it yesterday. It was too glitchy. We got like 2 glitches in the first 5 minutes, buddy. I have very high standards for glitches in games. I don't want to see them all the time, and if we saw 2 in the first 5 minutes, then... Yeah, it wasn't 5, it was 2. There was like incorrect text in one of the chat bubbles, and it said that we had already done a deal recently offered to Kyle even though we hadn't, right? Now that glitch might have been because I had an existing save file there. I deleted my save file just the same, but I'm just gonna stick to my guns and wait until... I'm gonna wait until we finally have, what do you call it? The stable branch. I have glitches in Schedule 1 all the time though. Like even on the stable branch, I still get glitches where like my chemists get stuck and they freeze and don't keep moving, you know? The moving is done, so now you can chill and pack up everything? Good, buddy, good. Oh, I'm gonna start my next coffee while we wait for this temporal storm to subside. Alright, yeah, damn straight new emoji. Fucking coffee emoji. Fucking dope. Alright, we need to come up with a game plan for after the storm. I could not, for the life of me, find a beehive anywhere here. It's not to say there isn't one, but like, I scoured, you know, and I just could not hear them, could not find them anywhere. So we can go this way and try to find one there, but it's not too likely. Last place we left off was over here. We didn't search any of this. So we can check there and hope that we find some bees. It sucks though. Usually I like to be settled down by now, right? It really sucks that we've been unable to find everything we need. I could just forego finding the bees for now, but like, you know, that becomes a problem later on, right? Like I need to focus fire on finding bees. I really do. Because honestly, if we go too long without finding the bees, then I won't even be able to get my honey supply for winter. Which is livable, like I can do fucking wine or whatever, but that's pretty annoying compared to just harvesting bees once in a while and eating honeycombs. Kind of want to try Langstroth hives in this playthrough. Okay, so we can make the Langstroth shit that we need out of anything. Alright, looks like it's probably over. We're gonna have to get some sleep. So let's sleep. All right. I honestly have no idea if it's even safe to leave, but I don't hear any monsters is the thing. So, you know. Yeah, we are definitely, like, we're not super behind schedule, but we're behind schedule enough where it kind of sucks. You never really realize how many stars have to align for everything to go right in a playthrough, you know? Failing to find bees is pretty punishing right now. So we're gonna head the way that we charted and planned. Be right back. All right. Yeah, we're not gonna scour this area for bees. Because we kind of already have. We're just gonna start heading toward the place we haven't searched yet. Okay, let's move on. I'm gonna be trying to find 20 more flax seeds while we're in transit. And of course, I'll double check this little wooded area. I mean, but we're gonna head to the other half of the island and hopefully find some bees there. It sucks because while you're traveling around, you kind of get a twinge of like, oh my god, I think I hear bees dozens of times. You know, like even just the sound of the wind. You hear water? Sounds like bees. You hear the wind? Sounds like bees. A lot of fake outs. Alright, yeah, we're gonna head over there to that side of the island. Let's go. It sucks. It is what it is. I can't fight it. I can't decline it. We just have to keep on searching. And if we have a late bloom, late startup, then it is what it is, right? Believe it or not, but I have found bees inside these bushes before. Okay, we do have some forestry around. We'll start to take a look and see what we can find. I see more flax. We will find them. We will. We could certainly find the remainder of the required flax here, but I'm going to search the woods first. Okay. Now let's head over here. Kind of sucks that it's raining. I'll turn the weather volume down, though. Come on, buddy. I have worked so hard to find bees. We deserve them. And people get what they deserve. That's right. Grab up the flax. Okay, we need 7 more flax, and then we will have met our quota. And this field can definitely yield what we still need. Grab the puffball mushrooms for later. Three more seeds. Okay, there we go. 128. We now have enough flax where we can stop gathering the seeds. Of course, extra doesn't hurt. Sometimes I just want to open the creative menu and just fucking plop a beehive on a tree and just be like, look, we found one. Oh, man. Have an attitude about it, you know? Be an instant gratification diva. Really not that much more we can check. We're gonna go south. There is still more landmass, more woods. Let's keep on rolling, buddy. Okay. Yeah, let's go straight down. There's more woods. Come on, give me a beehive already. Enough is enough. Let's go. Ugh, I've been everywhere, you know? Been looking for ages. They are too rare. In vanilla, they're just too rare. Large trees, not the right climate. I'm gonna get rid of this knife. Then we can stockpile more food for the time being. Well, we're running out of area to search, for sure. This doesn't even look like the right climate because of the presence of the larch trees, so... Bauxite stone. Let's check these woods right here. I know there's larch trees, but we might get lucky anyway. Like, a lot of it's just oaks and maples and shit, right? Birches. Yeah, well, that's it for this island. We're not finding bees here, I don't think. So we're swimming somewhere else. I mean, unless I get lucky and find them right here, we're not likely to succeed. Hmm. God, I hate that. The auto sorting. I have to delete that grass. I don't like how if you have two different things and they both have a different spoil timer, you know, like it should just honestly amalgamate them and give you the average spoil timer. It shouldn't create two separate stacks of the same thing. Either that or you should be able to toggle off that behavior in the UI. Most of the time, for me personally, I feel like it just slows me down, right? It just forces more inventory interactions that I don't want to do. Treasure hunter trader, let's mark that. Okay. It is honestly just crazy how long we've been looking without yielding any bee results, you know? Doesn't seem right. After this much searching, you should totally have found bees, right? Like, they need to double the spawn rate at least. Or they need to change bees so they can spawn at a higher altitude, so that it's possible to find them with, like, large trees and shit. I mean, we're coming up on day 7. And all I've been doing is running around looking for bees in forests, and we still haven't found any. Like, that's nuts. That's crazy. I mean, where's the reward for the effort? Alright, we got a couple forests that we can check. Very slim chances of success, but we'll check these forests anyway and see what's... you know, see what we find. We found more blue clay. Nothing. Well, let's keep going. I mean, we can't stop. I need to keep going till we find bees, but at the very least, my travels have led me to a massive area of bauxite. And not just like a little bit. We might actually be able to find fire clay veins inside this bauxite biome, which does make it kind of worth it. I just feel the pressure of like, you know, I don't want to keep on traveling like this. I want to start settling down. I want to start building my base. I want to start making my way toward Cassiterite, building my farm, making the beekeeping area. I'm feeling the pressure mounting where it's like, I can't start that stuff too late. Like, we've been going for a week. Get going. Holy shit. Oh, we lost him. We almost died, yeah. If I was playing as any class other than the Orphan, we would be dead. But that's why it's the GOAT. All right. Let's turn the weather sounds down. Don't want it diluting the bee sounds. Oh my fucking god. Guys, we found them. Holy shit, we were looking for 4 days, but we found bees. We found the fucking bees. Oh my god, we have found the fucking bees. Suck it. Suck it. Lick my junk, motherfucker. We found the fucking bees. Thank you, Lord. I wandered the desert for 40 fucking years to find these bees. It's about damn time. All right, now we can actually start getting oriented here. All right, let's mark this. Little bee icon. Bees. And as an added benefit, we also found a considerable bauxite area there that we can, you know. So where do I want to base up? The bees are quite far, but I can sail pretty much anywhere. Honestly, basing up around here would be smart, because then we can sail west, we can go through this channel and sail east or north or south, right? Yeah, that seems like a good place, right near that treasure hunter trader, but this terrain here is not very conducive to a good base. That might be, but it's hard to say. This peninsula right here, I would need to look at it first. Fucking unimaginably difficult to find that. Holy shit, dude. Okay. We found the fucking bees. Fucking absurd, dude. Took 10 million years. Watch me die. Christ. Oh, man. Okay. So yeah, we swam across there and then ran down here. We found the bees. We finally got them. We'll search that bauxite zone there for fire clay later. We're gonna have to plop our bed down and get some sleep here soon. I have no more bandages until we craft more. I'm just happy we found them. You know, can you imagine if we had to sleep one more time and we didn't find them? We didn't know where to begin looking. We had to swim to like a new massive island. Honestly, I was on the verge of giving up. I was on the verge of giving up. Like, we finally got it. Hmm. Yeah, let's head over here and take a look at that place. That would be the best place to be. Given the locations of everything, you know, we could sail to these black coal veins, the copper veins, the blue clay spots. We have the bees right there, limestone right here, copper. We have traveled so fucking far, man, trying to find all that. Let's try to get some rest. Hopefully we don't get attacked in the night. Looks like we're all right. We made it through the night. But you know what this means? This means that I can drink my second coffee feeling like I totally deserve it, you know? All right, let's keep on heading over to where we intend to lay down our base. I need to find more food. That can wait, briefly. That area looks like it would be great to build a base at. The only catch is it's kind of far away from this channel right here. We're just going to take a look up here and see what it looks like. Ooh, wow, I just got a tin bronze knife out of that. That's pretty crazy. A seed vessel containing rice. Screw the rice, I don't want the rice. It's just, you're not going to find an abundant enough quantity of rice seeds for it to be like a relevantly used crop, you know? Same with pumpkins, same with cute, like, what do you call them? Cabbage, like it just, you never find enough of it to actually use it, so. Okay, so we could base up anywhere around here. I'm thinking this area right here would be perfect. Kind of. More or less perfect. Our base won't need to be too fancy. I see peat right over there. I should be able to see potential acquisition sites for clay on the map through color coding. This is all peat right here. And the clay is what? That might be clay right there, but it could also just be more peat. Let's go grab this flax. Anyway, let's turn the music back up. We've earned it. Put the weather sound effects level to 35. Ambient 50. Music level 7. Yeah, this is the place to be. But I need to find clay around here. So, can I, like, look at the map and pause the game? It doesn't look like it. It's hard to tell what clay is on the map. Is that all peat? I'd imagine one of those is probably clay. Either way, we're gonna worry about that after. Let's just put down some fucking storage and start to get settled here. That's what we need to do. We need to start getting settled, and we have to start working. Getting the base put together. We're gonna have our dock right there. We have a little beach nearby. Where do I plop down the house? Let's just map out a little plan for the area. Well, the boathouse is obviously going right there somewhere. We have a long strip here. I'm gonna have to terraform this, but we will be able to lay out our farms and beekeeping area here. This looks like a good long stretch for putting down the farms and the beekeeping area right here. We got a nice view, more or less. Could be a little better. Yeah, that'll do. So, we're gonna put our temporary base down right around here. For now, let's make a chest and put that shit on the ground. Two of them. Okay. And then this one. All right. First things first. Let's make... We already have 2 cooking pots. Let's make 4 bowls. Got it. Grab them. We're gonna fire those so we can start making porridge right away. Very important. All right. And we're gonna build a temporary dirt hut like right over here. And then the house will be more here. Nice and tall. Gonna make it so we can't see this ugly hill behind us. That looks beautiful. That's gonna be a big part of our view. That's probably the most beautiful part of our view, to be honest with you. It's where the sun rises. I'm gonna go pour my coffee and we'll get to work. That caffeine mood boost is exactly what the doctor ordered. How do you feel about it, Grubby? We finally found those bees, didn't we? Damn straight we did. We didn't give up. No, we kept on looking and we eventually found it. That's the face of expectation. He knew. He knew that we were going to find those bees. If we kept on looking, if we persevered. We did persevere. And we were justly rewarded. Even though it sucked to persevere. We did it, and it worked out. Now, we have a lot of storage down. Let's make 5 red clay storage vessels. Although that's gonna take such, hang on. I'm just gonna make a little marker here. That's where our stuff is. I'm gonna start doing these bowls right now. Let's get some grass. Can't believe we found a tin bronze knife, man. That's gonna help a lot, honestly. With the shit we gotta do. Oh, that music. An antidote. All right, we have a little plot of land prepared. We're gonna break all this grass out of the way. I'm gonna have to get enough dirt, enough rammed earth to build this thing. Those aren't the exact dimensions, but that's our start. And we have 86 dry grass prepared. Okay, there we go. We gave our plot of land for our temporary base a little haircut. And now I am going to start making these bowls. It's a decent walk, but we're gonna lay it out over here, where we have a lot of sand. Right at the edge of the peninsula, there's a big plot of sand. Let's eat a little bit. All right, make a shovel. The world takeover now. Damn straight. All right. We're gonna be panning this chert sand. Let's get rid of the fire hazard grass that these clay burning pits might spread to if left untended. Okay. We have a lot of different slots available here. A lot of them. Let's just dump this here. And then we can have one more. Okay. Now, we're gonna need a shitload of dirt. And we'll get started on terraforming. For now, let's just set up our first one. Our first little, you know, we'll need these bowls ASAP, so we'll get those started. I am gonna need some peat, though. We have a lot of peat right here. Eventually, we will need to harvest a bunch of this, I think, for the boathouse, so we'll get started now. I'll grab a full stack of peat. And that full stack should be enough for 5 ceramic vessels, as well as those 4 bowls that we have there. We'll get more on a need more basis. Anyway, let's make 20 torches. Seems excessive, but it's worth it. And then I have to make a little fire starter here. I gotta eat. All right. Grab that. Light it. So, we're gonna be able to make porridge very soon. In 16 in-game hours, we'll be able to eat porridge. Food is gonna be pretty tight in this playthrough, man. At least for now, while we're getting situated here. Sometimes I settle down to a new base and we have so much food that we're good for days, but this time we have none because we had to travel so far for so long in order to find those bees and get it done. It was pretty hard on us, but it is what it is. Anyway, we're gonna start clearing out some of this dirt right here. Okay. Ugh, voice crack. That was majestic. All right. Okay. Let's make a new shovel. We're gonna need to find a place where we can get red clay around here. Looking at the map, I can't really tell any places that might yield it. But, I will know it when I see it. I think that might be red clay right there. It's kind of a different color from the peat soil. Yeah, it's brighter red, right? So we at least know that that's there, even though it is quite far. I would love to find something a little bit closer to home. Oh, that's how you can pause the game and look at the map. Okay, fair enough. So we're gonna move the handbook over here. I can actually pause the game with the handbook. And it gives us time to look around. With peace of mind. Now... This is all peat right here. All of it. Yeah, we gotta go quite far, but we'll just get all of our red clay in one trip. That's easy enough. Meteoric iron right here, not that I care much about it. When I finally make meteoric iron shit for the first time, I will let you know. But I don't know, I'm kind of partial to steel. Okay, let's make an entire stack of rammed earth. We will need more in order to build our starting shelter, but our starting shelter will last us quite a while. And we're gonna build it real nice. Okay. We can get started with this. Regarding the dimensions of the base, I think we need it to be 5 blocks wide, certainly. Interior space, 7 blocks distance between walls. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. And let's lay out the lighting effort. We will... I like the look of that right there, but we need to have our pantry somewhere. Okay. So, 1, 2, torch right there. 1, 2, torch right there. All right. Is it block too wide? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, it is. Oh, it is nice to just be moving forward with stuff. I'm gonna feel short on time, but you know what? We'll make like a couple of extra skeps for the bees. Just a couple. You know, maybe like 6 ceramic hives instead of our usual 4, and it'll pretty much fix the problem and make sure that we have exactly what we need. No worries, right? How do I want this to be laid out? Wide, right? I want a wide one, like this. And then... Okay, so that's our pantry dimensions right there, figured out. Now we gotta get these walls up. I may have to fill in those corners regarding possible monster spawns. We will see in time. It's gonna take a lot of fucking dirt to build a base this big. That's what, 14 blocks wide? Oh, it becomes 15 if I do this. Can I do that, though? It really just depends on the torch lighting that we have. I do want to have an odd number on the inside. So, in order to facilitate that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We're going to reduce that down to 13. (13) interior space, 15 exterior. Hello, Judy. Good morning. How are you doing? How are you, how's life treating you lately? Keeping that chin up? Okay. Let's grab the flint, make another shovel. We're probably just gonna make 3 shovels and get it over with, to tell you the truth. I am gonna have to worry about food very shortly. You're getting emotional? Well, that's fine. You've been through a very life-changing experience lately. It would make sense if every now and then your emotions ran amok and you got a confluence of feelings that were hard to handle. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hang on. Right here. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 interior space. We want 13. Gotta move that wall over by 1. Okay. Now we gotta lay out the torches accurately. And then we're gonna have 1 in here. And this will be our pantry right here. It'll get the job done. Okay. Put that down. Let's get all these torches lit. Just make sure you have a good time in Mexico. Oh, I don't necessarily think you're ever going to be ready to fully say goodbye. You know, I mean, that's a big ask of anybody. You're probably going to be grieving to some capacity for the rest of your life, but it is what it is. You will not be the first or the last daughter to lose her beloved mother. But you will be Counted among many people who endured and survived anyway. You'll do it. You'll manage. Alright, now, what's next on the agenda? It's getting late, it's getting dark. I don't have enough dirt yet to finish the house. I'm gonna put the bed down. Right here. And then I need to get some firewood. Wherever I can get it. We got some berries right here. Damn good thing, too. We are about to get hungry. Let's try to grab some firewood. I don't need much. I just have to be able to build a fire pit. That's a bush, not a tree. Right here. Grab that out. Okay, now let's go get some more dirt. That portal's kind of sus. This area is temporally stable. I kind of forgot to check, but it looks like we're just fine. I'm hoping nothing comes out of that portal anytime soon. Honestly, Judy, I'm expecting that you're probably going to be grieving for at least the next 6 months. At least. The timeline for losing someone that you love deeply, it's a long timeline. It is a very long timeline, but eventually the pain will become less, and you will be okay, eventually. You just have to make peace with the fact that you are supposed to be suffering the loss. It's not at a place, you know, it's not weird, it's normal. You're supposed to be in considerable pain, it's natural, and you will handle it. You will. Anyway, we'll see you in a little bit. Take care for now. Oh. All right, that's peat soil right there. We're getting as much dirt as we can right now, because honestly, we have a lot of roof that we need to build. A lot of roof. I can have my pantry set up pretty damn soon, and over the course of the night, we'll try to make as many ceramic vessels as we can, but the time period where we are sleeping is over. We need to start maximizing time until we have our crops planted and our bees producing, right? All right. Let's head back to the house and let's keep on building it. We got some cranberries over here. Let's scoop those up. Yeah, grief looks different for everybody. It takes different forms. Relationships are sometimes so different, so varied. When my brother died, like, it sucked, but I had already spent several years kind of... Well, he was really addicted to opiate drugs, right? So throughout the course of his life, I already grieved him. Like, I had grieved the loss of him in a substantial way because he stopped being my brother, like the brother that I recognized, rather, long before he passed away, right? It was one of those situations where they kind of stop being the person you knew and they become someone else. Which was honestly pretty shitty, but it did make it so that I didn't grieve as much when he finally passed. It honestly feels kind of dirty to say it. Hearing the words fall from my lips, I can tell that they would be construed in probably like a bad way to anybody hearing them, but it's true. Like, I don't want to make believe anything. I actually, like... Yeah, it didn't hurt that much when my brother had passed away. Other people, it shatters them, but for me, it was like I had already grieved him. Holy shit, look at all those fucking monsters out there, dude. That is kind of nuts. Okay, we'll go grab everything later. I was gonna bring my pantry stuff in, but we'll do it after. For now, I'll try to shape some clay products. 35 red clay per storage vessel. I can make a few. To tell you the truth, in terms of emotional pain and existential agony, I grieved the loss of my dogs a lot harder than I had grieved the loss of my brother. Mainly because, like I told you guys, he had been slipping for years into drug addiction, so like I kind of grieved him early. But with my dogs, they went from being totally healthy to perishing in no time. And it was because, honestly, like the veterinarian, the local veterinarian where we used to live in Nova Scotia, literally they were psychopaths, unfortunately, and they should be investigated for animal cruelty. But they deceived my mom into ripping out all of our dogs' teeth, claiming it was necessary for their longevity and health, right? Incidentally enough, they were undergoing renovations at their veterinary clinic, and it was during the pandemic, so these renovations were more expensive than they otherwise would have been. So I think that they were squeezing my naive mother, deceiving her. And my dog Buttercup ended up dying because of that procedure, to an infection. And it always felt really dirty, right? Yeah, I grieved that a lot more. And then later on, we ended up putting Rocky down. He survived the procedure, but like in order for, you know, his quality of life was way down after that procedure. My mom basically paid the vet $2,500 to murder both of our dogs slowly and painfully. It was kind of, I'll never fully forgive mom for that, to tell you the truth. It is what it is. Not everybody makes good decisions, and her life has been a series of bad ones, if I can be frank, but I'm not alone in that. Certainly a lot of you have parents where they floated through life, sowing pure chaos in a lot of their decisions. A lot of you have resentment for your parents, also for your siblings, also for your uncles or grandmothers or what have you, right? Yeah. It is what it is. Life is heavy. Life is heavy, and sometimes nobody hurts us more than family does. It's crazy, right? Now, I haven't heard any monster noises in a bit. Maybe they've settled down out there. We'll just use up the rest of our clay. Then we'll have to go get more. That's weird. Why does that still say 48 hours? Okay, it updated. 42. That's proper. Yeah. I have a pretty hardened perspective toward human casualties these days, right? I basically view it in terms of there's a lot of people alive today who, if it was not for medical advances, they would not still be alive, right? Not all people are created equal. Natural selection used to select, and now it can't, right? So a lot of even family members, I think this way about. It's like you're only alive because of medical advances, and I wish, you know, I wish that certain people that I've been surrounded by my whole life had like greater competence, more insight, more critical thinking and observational prowess, like being able to discern and decipher information, instead of just like accepting things at face value, right? But that's why I've grown to like, I don't trust everybody to democratically vote, right? I don't trust everybody to have input or an opinion on any given topic, because there's people out there who will vote for a candidate because of their skin color rather than their vision for the country and their policies. Right? Not all people are created equal. Not all people have the same level of intelligence to put forth in the world. So I've gotten pretty cold regarding that. Cold, or perhaps just resigned to reality, I suppose. I'm no longer wishy-washy about it, that's for sure. I've accepted that some people are simply less than, which seems dirty to say, but I feel like we have to accept it, right? There's always going to be people who betray your best interest for their self-interest. It's just a normal part of life. It is what it is. Let's make sure that we have 3 spears on hand. Okay. Yeah, I can't really leave here right now. I want to. That's where my bowls are. They'll be done soon enough, but I have no food, which is honestly kind of rough. I kind of want to get out of here and go to where the clay is. It is quite far, way over here. I'm going to create a pin up there and I'm going to try to run to that. We can get some food on the way. Yeah, we certainly can't stay home in the present circumstances. We have to move. Yeah, we all find our own ways of coping with it. There are goats here. I can't really see them at present, but... we need to find some food. Once we get to the woods down here, I might be able to. And we need to start gathering some more clay. Okay. Bear coming. I saw some boars back there, but we pretty much have to pass them over. At least for now. Anyway, we made it to the clay. I was able to spot it on the map, but I do need to find some food at this point. There we go. It ain't much, but it is gonna be a little bit of calories. And the sun will be rising in about a minute. And tomorrow we'll be able to start making our first cooking pots of porridge, right? So we'll be able to designate berries and mushrooms found to that purpose and eat much better. Oh yeah, we told Judy about that the other day. That quote about grief, we told her about it. We are beginning to get an increase in the ambient brightness here. I'd like to go try to find the boars that we passed by earlier. There were possibly a few of them. But there was also a bear, which we may benefit from killing that too, in terms of armor acquisition, right? I'll get some horsetail too while we're out here. Okay. I do have 3 spears available. Let's grab whatever we can. I'm gonna need to get more cattails and craft a new chest to put on my back. Okay, let's grab some of these cattails. I see plenty of berries around. We can get a bite to eat. I think I need 24 cattails in order to make the basket, so we need this one final cattail right here. Got it. Okay. Let's store a bunch of stuff in here. Save on space. So let's try to do a little bit of hunting while we're here. I don't know where the bear is. I don't know where the boars were. I just know that it's honestly kind of tense to be walking through here when I know I have no bandages to use. Let's grab up some horsetail. I see a footprint right there. Too small to be a bear print. Likely the boar that we encountered before. Okay. We can eat these orange oak bullet mushrooms. Lobster mushrooms are edible too. We'll take those. Alright, get rid of that. Let's eat these berries. And if I track these footprints, we might be able to figure out where that boar went. Where are the footprints? Right here. It might have been a wolf that was chasing us here. I don't know. But the tracks sort of end here. Alright, screw it. Is this edible? Yep. We get a lot of mushrooms right now, and we will be sitting pretty for a while. We'll be able to live off of porridge. I need to get at least 8 stacks of clay while we're here. We currently got 2. I could probably settle for 5 stacks if I had to. Well, there's the bear. I guess let's kill that. Alright. Let's grab the spears. We'll finish him off after. Let's grab this mushroom. Alright, let's give chase. Where is he? Oh shit, he might have fallen in the cave. Interesting. Well, I got no idea where the bear went. So for now, we're just gonna assume he's long gone and can't be slain. Either way, a bear turned away can't kill me later. Oh, there he is. Got it. Okay, let's claim our prize. Too fat. We will oil this pelt with it. Got it. Get rid of the wild vine. Take the meat. The bitter bullet is poisonous. We won't eat that. Grab the bones. Eat the bearded tooth mushrooms. All right, let's keep on mining. We need more clay. It's a damn good thing we have this clay near base, because honestly, I wasn't seeing very much on the map around us. Okay. Now, inventory-wise, really not looking so good. Put that down. Don't need the rye seeds, we have plenty. Get rid of those, consolidate the space. Let's deposit the 2 stacks of full clay that we have here. So we have 2 stacks in that chest. We're working on our 4th stack of clay right now. Now, technically, we have double the stack size, so if we get 6 stacks, that's 12 vanilla stacks. Seems excessive, but to make those ceramic hives, you do need quite a bit. And we are behind, significantly behind. We have to really try to catch up. God, we were wandering around for 7 fucking days looking for those bees. God, clay is so durable, dude. It takes a long time to break it. You don't really notice until you have like a steel shovel or an iron shovel and you realize how fast you can harvest it later. It takes that to really appreciate how durable clay actually is. We're just gonna... I might get rid of the bushmeat. I'm not really sure yet. I might not have to, though. When this shovel breaks, I will have another slot for more clay. Okay. After we finish this stack, we'll be done with the clay gathering. We'll have 6 stacks. We'll have met quota, and we can get out of here. We have a bear hide, which means that I'll be able to make the boots and the headpiece of my armor set. I can make the chest out of improvised, like, wooden armor, right? Make sure our whole body is covered. Make sure we're a lot less squishy, a lot less vulnerable. We're getting there. Okay, that'll do. Let's grab these torches. All right, let's head back home with everything that we gathered. We got some shit that needs doing, and we gotta try to do it as fast as possible. Oh yeah, I watched a video the other day, and it made a really strong case for what actual stupidity is. A really strong case. I'm gonna run it by you guys and see what you think. You let me know if you agree or disagree. So basically this video said that the strongest indicator of intelligence in a person is whether or not they're able to discern or recognize second and third order effects from an immediate thing, right? So the example given was, you know how illegal immigrants in the United States can get free healthcare? Well, they can. A lot of people, when they hear that, right, they say, that's impossible. If I can't get it, then neither can they. That's stupid. You're making that up. But they're not considering how that might happen. They're assuming that because it can't happen for them, it also could not happen for an illegal immigrant. When the actual reality is that illegal immigrants have no documentation. See, in the United States, in most states, if you go to the hospital, they have to treat you. They have to, right? But if you don't pay your hospital bill, then it's very bad for your credit score. Well, what happens if you're an illegal immigrant and you have no identification, no credit score that can be hurt? Well, you go to the hospital, they have to treat you, and then you just fucking dip. You just get out of there, right? And there's no record that you were ever there. There's no credit line attached to your name that gets hurt. You basically get free healthcare. So, that is kind of like whether or not your reasoning is capable of recognizing circumstances outside of your own purview and your own circumstances, right? That is an indicator of intelligence. And it's like another example given is opening borders for good immigrants leaves it open for bad ones. Right? But a lot of people, they don't look at the second and third order effects of anything. Look at this, for example, right? Let's say you have 2 candidates in the White House for presidential election. One of them is black and they're campaigning on being black. The other one has policies and a vision for the country, but they're white. So let's say somebody votes for the black one because they're black and they think that that's great because, hey, black president. But the policies of the white politician are actually like better for the economy of the country, for the welfare of the people. This is another example of a person acting on the first order effect. It's called first order bias. It's where you make a decision based on the first thing you think about instead of pondering other implications past the first thing, right? So if somebody thinks, oh, I want a black president, therefore I'm voting for this black candidate, that is first order bias at work. And they don't look past it, right? And the whole concept of the video just fascinated me. First order bias is extremely common, extremely. This is the best example for first order bias, gun control. Okay, first order bias is when someone goes, oh, guns kill people, therefore we have to ban guns. right? But they don't factor in the second and third order effects of banning guns. If you ban guns from being owned, that's not going to stop criminals from having them. It's going to stop law-abiding citizens from having them. So you essentially create a civilization where criminals have all the power. They have the guns. And you are not allowed to conceal carry a firearm anymore because you follow the law, right? So the first order bias is like, you accept the first thought, but you don't ponder past it. And that just, it blows my fucking mind how accurate it is, right? Yeah, first order bias is definitely like one of the worst problems plaguing the modern world right now. Watching that video really opened my eyes to it. Okay, I have to make one more storage vessel. We have one started outside. So we'll finish that one, and then we'll get all these firing. But at first, let's try to organize things a little bit here. Grab that. Put it there. Yeah, we're gonna start our cellar officially. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and start cooking right now. We need to. So we're gonna grab 12 grain. And 12 mushrooms. Okay, take the firewood out, put that right here. And let's get that lit. We need the food right now. We're already hungry. We're gonna have to go hungry for a minute until that's done. Let's go grab the other chest and bring it in. Shit. All right, well, as long as I'm hungry, I'm not going to be able to transport it. Let's drop this one down. Put that one on our back, and then we can take it in. All right. Put that bear hide down. And let's refresh the torches. We can wait a little bit longer before we refresh them. A little bit. All right, let's keep working on this. All right, until I go get my bowls from over there, we can't really eat what we cooked. So I'm gonna finish making these, and then we'll go start firing these storage vessels, and we'll grab our bowls and eat when we get there. I'll take the cooking pot with the porridge in it over there. Okay, there we go. We have 5 ceramic vessels, just as we require. We have our porridge. Let's get over there. But I have to make sure I have enough peat. There we go. And we need our dry grass. All right, grab a bowl and let's eat. Finally, our first bowl of porridge marks a lot of progress in the series. Now let's set these up. Okay, here we go. Hang on. All right, we already lit it. I have to build a new pillar here. Yeah. Okay. Get rid of that. And let's get all these lit. We're gonna have 5 ceramic vessels soon, and we're gonna shape the rest of our required clay products, but I might wanna go visit those bees and start filling some skeps now in preparation. Okay. Yeah, we gotta hoard and stockpile as much food as we can right now so that we can go a good length of time without worrying about it. We have to prepare a lot of clay products. I have to start panning for copper. We did find a lot of copper mines, just like around. I could theoretically make a raft, go visit those mines, grab the surface copper bits, and eliminate a lot of our required panning. We could. We have 3 copper veins right here, right? And then if we go down there, over here, we have another one, 2 over there. That's 5 copper veins, 5 surface veins that could get us a lot of nuggets that we can just readily use, right? Let's see here. Take that out. Put the clay in. Yeah, storage situation's kind of shitty right now, but it is going to improve. Let's see here. We're going to make some field mushroom king bolette porridge out of rye. Okay. Now we're gonna have to build a little panning shelter, maybe. Maybe. Let's deposit that dirt. Maybe I will just make a raft real quick. Yeah, let's make a raft. Really, I just need rope and logs. Okay. I could cut down that pine over there. Okay, we can definitely make the raft out of that. Yeah, this is my one chance to get ahead of things here. If I go out there and I grab those copper bits on the veins that we found, it's gonna save me a lot of time and energy panning. A lot. We're gonna do that for sure. I now have some extra porridge made. We'll put that in here. I also don't need these 3 bowls. We'll only take 1 for eating. My inventory is honestly pretty damn full. Okay. All right, pine logs. It really just comes down to getting some rope, and then we can make the raft and pilot it. So let's... I don't even have a container for my back at this point. True enough. Oh well. For now, we go as we are, and we grab those copper bits. It is getting pretty dark, though. I see some vines over there. That's a good opportunity to get the ropes that we need. We'll grab those ropes, build the raft, And then we'll... Oh, right, I don't want to sleep. I guess we'll do clay forming over the course of the night. We don't need to pan. So it's really just about banging out the requisite shit fast enough, right? If I do need to pan, we're not going to need to do it much. We found a lot of loose surface copper bits that we can just go around and pick up. And then we can revisit those mines again later in order to dig underneath where the bits are. We're gonna need a lot of rope. I wonder why it does that sometimes. When I harvest the bottom vine, it like destroys the ones on top, and I don't get them, right? It's weird. It happens sometimes and doesn't happen other times. Very inconsistent. Which leads me to believe it's probably a bug. Either that or it has to do with structural support. Like the vines need structural support in order to not get destroyed. So if they're attached to another set of leaves, they'll be fine. But if not, they vanish, right? That's probably it. Come on, give me some more vines. Well, let's grab these field mushrooms. There's a bunch here. Yeah, we're gonna take a little pit stop, try to gather some of this food. We'll be in a much better place once those ceramic vessels have finished. Our storage issues will become a thing of the past permanently. Alright, let's swim back across the water. I only got enough vines for 4 planks. Sorry, 4 ropes. But it actually looks like that's almost enough. I need 1 more rope on top of that. We are close to quota. Yeah, the one saving grace of this playthrough, given how long it took us to find the bees in the first place, is going to be how quickly we'll get our 40 copper nuggets. We will get them extremely fast. Because we found so many surface copper veins, all I have to do is go there and grab them, right? And then we can dig under those sites afterwards as well. I'm gonna go over here, try to get some more vines. Okay. I need 3 more vines, buddy. 3 more vines. Come on. I know it's dark and hard to see, but do me a solid. Don't go in the water with your torch in hand. Alright, let's grab these. Because these are ropes as well. Okay. We should have what we need now. Let's go. We gotta head home. That way. And let's eat. Alright, we're equipping that to the offhand so I can take all this. Careful not to fall in the water anywhere. You need these torches to stay lit so you can see where you're going. We're almost home. We're gonna want to cycle through the torches now. I should be able to craft my raft at this point. More field mushrooms. We got more berries too. Okay. There's 4 ropes and 5. That should be enough for the raft and the ore. Let's see here. Okay, we have a pine raft right there. Here we go. And now I could make my armor. Yeah. How much dry grass do I need? 9. I need 2 more. Okay. Well, let's start doing some clay forming for the rest of the night. I will get started by doing our molds. We'll do the crucible first, and then the anvil, followed by all of our molds. Okay. Now for the anvil. I'm gonna need another cooking pot to become our ruined cooking pot. And then I'll make 2 crock pots for meal storage long term. You know, that way we can stockpile porridge while we have fresh ingredients. And that gives us something we can package with the crucible when we're firing everything. All right. That's a batch right there. Now, I have to make a watering can. There we go. Now we move on to the par for the course stuff. I'm gonna need to make 20 ingot molds and all of these molds right here. Almost all of them. We'll start with the axe mold. The individual tool molds. There's the axe mold. Bulk's blade next. Okay. Hammer mold. Elf hammer. Got it. Now for the pickaxe. Yeah, today we're gonna set sail now that we built our raft, and we are going to go get all of the copper, all the surface nodes that we passed by. We marked a bunch. Who knows, I might even get the full sum of 40 copper that we need to get started and enter the Copper Age. If not, we'll be very close, requiring only a tiny little bit of panning. Now we need a prospecting pick mold. Okay. Shovel mold. And honestly, that's kind of it. Yeah, axe, Falk's blade, all of these are done. Now we just have to do the ingot molds. And those we could do after, technically. Is that done yet? It might be. We need to get those storage containers done. I'm hoping they're completed. Then we can take them back. And I can empty my inventory for the trip. With a backpack included. We're gonna want to get a lot of shit while we're out. A lot of shit indeed. A lot of wood, right? We still need to do our charcoal pit and everything, but that stuff is not yet done. Let's check on the progress and see where it's at. In 2 hours and 42 minutes. Okay, fair enough. I guess we're working on ingot molds. So at 8, just about 8 a.m., those will be done. And we can empty our inventory. I'm gonna swap out these torches now, otherwise I'm gonna forget. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we need a solid 20 of these. Ingot molds, I don't even fuck around anymore. You need 20. You need a shitload, right? I mean, really, that's how you're gonna save on a lot of coal. Making sure you can get the most out of each batch in the crucible. Six, 12, 14, 16. $18. And this batch will make 20. All right, duplicate layer on all these, and then we're good for now. We will have to work on the bees, but that can happen later. We're not going to start firing this shit yet. I just wanted to get it all formed, and those clay vessels are just about done. So let's go grab them. If they're not done now, they will be very shortly. Here they are. Beautiful. Okay, there's our 5 ceramic vessels. We have all the storage that we need for a good long time. All right, let's start laying down the storage then. Let's make more rammed earth. We have 62, just about a full stack. Now we need to swap this. Put that down right there. Put the ceramic vessel inside and fill that with our food. Beautiful. Now this chest is gonna go on our back now that it's empty. These ones are also empty. We have a shitload of available storage at this point. Put this right here. Grab that. Put it right there. This one right here. Okay, and let's grab this. The other cooking pot. We're gonna put all the clay and the plant fibers over there. And I need to make myself some bandages, however many I can. There we go. All right, I think we're ready. Packed up and prepared for a trip. Okay, let's go. So I simply put the raft down right here and we start to use it. You know what? I could use more storage. Let's put one of these chests on the raft itself. We have one on our back and one on the raft. All right. So let's see just how many copper nuggets I can get. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of fat over the course of our lifetime. Any opportunity that we can get to acquire some now is only gonna help us later, especially if we see a large cluster of raccoons like this. And as an added benefit, we can get some mushrooms to stockpile. We have a lot of storage. I don't need to worry about running out of inventory space on this trip. And we have all day. A lot of daylight left. We just have to be home before it gets dark, which is not hard to accomplish. All right. Yeah, we got 2 pieces of fat. And when you think about it in terms of that being 4 axles in the future, it doesn't seem that bad. It doesn't seem like a waste of time. All right, let's keep moving. It isn't as fast as our trusty sailboat was, but it'll get the job done. Sailing somewhere is an all-day affair in a vehicle such as this. It's not the most substantial vehicle. Is there like a auto walk or something? Kind of sucks, but there isn't. Yeah, this is not the same as when I'm using the quern and I can set it to autopilot. Doesn't work here. Can't do it. Now, there's a black coal over here. I could theoretically grab some. I could. Might allow us to get our copper tools faster before we fully have our charcoal pit done, right? But I'm gonna call serious doubts on that. I would need a lot of coal. I'm gonna be smelting like 2,000 units of copper. Right, that's after. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna grab that coal. Damn straight we're gonna grab that coal. And I might disembark and collect the raft once we get to shore here, and we'll run the rest of the way. We can run a considerable distance. Okay. Hang on, how do you turn on the interaction tips or whatever the fuck? There we go. How do I grab the raft? There we go. Okay, let's go. Yeah, we gotta get a shitload of wood while we're out here for the charcoal. So right here, a piece of black coal at least. We'll mark that. I don't see any more black coal bits here though. Not even underneath these. Yeah, I'm not seeing any more bits. Well, I got 2 black coal. That's definitely enough for making like 2 ingots, right? Making my pickaxe and a hammer. Okay. Time to start gathering as much copper as we can. I heard a wolf over here. Where was that? There we go. Let's eat. God damn. I guess he's just gone with the fucking wind, eh? Oh, fuck him then. I don't need his hides. Okay. Eventually we will need more rope. Wise to collect those while we see them. Our base doesn't have very much in the way of, like, vines or trees or whatever. I see boars, at least one. Hopefully more. And a wolf. Got it. Okay. No fat, but I did get a medium hide. Inventory's getting full already, huh? I guess I'll get rid of the small bones. Those are pretty much useless. Get rid of that. And let's clean up the inventory a little bit. Put that chest on the ground, fill it up. Black coal, the ore, the raft, the reed chest, as well as the mushrooms, the bushmeat. It's not like it's gonna readily stack with whatever new bushmeat we get. Okay. Strap that. And let's get moving. There's a boar right here. We gotta kill it. Oh, you son of a bitch. Well, it died to fall damage. And we got nothing because of it. Fucking stupid. Whatever. Okay. Where's my other spear, huh? Yeah, no kill too insignificant right now. Everything works. Okay. We're almost at the copper site, at least the first of several. We have 5 in total that we have to go through. We're coming up on the first right now. Just ahead. Got it. Let's eat. We gotta go back for our other spear. Got a fat, 2 medium hides, more bones. Okay. Let's heal up. And everywhere that we pick up a copper bit, we're gonna want to put down a block so I know exactly where the dimensions of the node are, right? Nothing over there, so right here. And then these 2 blocks. And this one. And in total, we got 7 nuggets at just the first one. Honestly, not a bad rate of acquisition. Let's go to the next. Okay, 17 copper nuggets. We're halfway to our first tool. Now I gotta continue northwest to the other copper vein. while trying to find any and everything that I can hunt. Here we go. It looks like that's it for this one. We're at 23 nuggets, and I still have 2 more copper veins to get to. We've shaved off a lot of the effort from our painting, definitely. Now, I don't have a bed on me. Where the hell are you going? Yeah, get over here. It is getting late, though. Shit, I might not have enough spear durability for this. No, not nearly. Can't use that. I can't really keep fighting it like this. I'll have to get some more flint, make a new spear, continue fighting it, get it killed. Alright, buddy, gonna need you to stop following me here. Pretty much any time. There we go. Okay. Make a flint spearhead. Make another. And another. Okay. Son of a bitch. Well, we got the black bear, but we have to finish off the wolf. He's just cruising over there. Got it. Now, there is a trader nearby where I could spend the night, or I could just try to keep on moving, but obviously traveling at night with low visibility is not conducive to finding good shit, right? Let's get rid of that red meat. We don't need it. Okay, we have to continue going that way. We gotta go fucking far this time. Let's just keep moving. And kill whatever we come across. Like that. Very uncharacteristic for a wolf to run. Holy shit, dude. Got it. Now, do I want to walk this distance or do I want to sail it? I mean, technically, if I walk, we can find more animals to hunt. It's just more dangerous is the problem. But I mean, hey, we'll try. As it gets darker, you know, pitfalls become an issue. Traversing terrain. Hopefully we have one of those really bright nights. Sometimes you just get a night that's brighter than all the others. It really helps you out. We'll see. It ain't likely, but it is possible. It looks like a temporary forest fire kind of blazed through here. All right, we got to go this way and then turn right. Yeah, traveling in the dark like this is dangerous, but I'm trying to maximize my time efficiency, right? If I sleep, oh my god, I almost put my torches out. I mean, I can fix it if I do, but it's risky as fuck, right? I don't want to get caught out in the dark, like, without a torch. I gotta keep an eye on the minimap just as much as I have to keep an eye on my own first-person view, because that minimap is gonna tell me if I'm about to go into a bunch of water. Anyway, if I don't find some supplementary food like berries, this porridge isn't gonna last me very long. Body of water up ahead. Gotta watch out for that. My torches get extinguished and I'm screwed with a capital F, my friends. Okay. Okay. We'll keep the bear hide in there. The flint might be needed later to make more spears. We'll deposit the onion seeds. Grab that, strap it to our back. Keep moving. All right. Let's eat. And let's move a little further inland and make sure I don't accidentally go into the water with my torches. I'm gonna have a hard time detecting predators to hunt, or prey, whichever, due to the darkness that we're currently in, but it is important that we maximize our time. Can't sleep. We're already behind schedule significantly, so... Oh, we found a trader wagon. Holy shit. That was a nasty fall. Grab these, eat up. We gotta heal up. Let's put our bandages in the main hand and the torch in the off hand while we do. That'll do. Now, it is worth considering that if I sail home, that's very efficient as far as like hunger consumed, like satiety consumption, right? So if we get desperate for food, I can just hop on the raft and sail home. But right now, it doesn't look that bad. Oh, hang on. There's water right there. We gotta hug the coast. All right. We're almost at the next copper vein that we have to visit. Almost. The sun's gonna be rising in just about an hour. We won't be fumbling around in the dark anymore. Anyway, let's swim across the water and get over there. Oh, wow. That's a lot of copper bits. All right, we went from having 23 to having 34. Damn straight. We have one more copper node to search, and it's on this island over in this direction. Okay. It's gonna be on that island just across the water here. Hello, old fart. Welcome, buddy. No, it didn't take long at all to come back. I'm taking down a bunch of notes as I go, and I'm gonna make a beginner and advanced tips video using clips from this series. Yeah. I'm kind of getting ideas as I go. How are you doing today, buddy? Okay, we are at the shore. Got it. All right, we should now have enough daylight to actually see animals to hunt. No more traveling by dark. All right, that copper vein is just a little ways up the coast. I want these mushrooms. We need them for porridge. Doing better, eh? I heard that. Yeah, I've been having a rough couple of weeks. It's weird. It just feels like there's this looming, quiet desperation. You know what I mean? Like I'm spending a lot of my energy every day trying to beat back despair. Not because anything is like wrong, but because there's a lot of stuff to fear. You know what I mean? Okay. Got some more fat. Let's grab these mushrooms and then go collect the last of our copper. We've been to every vein that we found in the early game while we were wandering around and gathered all the copper bits, and it's just about enough. Oh, there's a bear over there. Well, he's gonna be chasing that raccoon for a while. There's no guarantee I can catch up with the bear, but we will try. We'll see. I still see the bear over there. Let's go grab the copper first. And then we can pivot and go over there. Okay. We're one copper nugget short. One. But that's better than having to pan for 40, so I'll take it in stride. That's funny though. One copper nugget short. I sure as shit don't need a panning shelter for one copper nugget, I'll tell you that. Holy shit. Okay. I thought I heard a wolf growl in the woods. We'll try to track it down. Our journey home is going to be a lot of hunting. We need to try to get as much fat and hides as we can. Okay, grab that. Collect the bones. We're pretty much all out of porridge now. Let's put our chest on the ground. Oil this bear hide. It will stack with the other one. Okay. I might try to gather more cattails, but we don't really need them. The flint is also kind of... We can use it to make more spears. We'll use it. Let's deposit the cooking pot in there, and then strap that to our back. And I will use these flint to make another spear. Am I new to the game? Not nearly, buddy. Not nearly. Very experienced with this game. Okay, we got it. I'm gonna need one more spear. One short. You've been dealing with a cold, eh? I hope you get well soon, old fart. It's honestly a crying shame that playing State of Decay 2 is no longer on the table. It's insane, buddy, but beating Hyper Lethal the way that we did on every map, it really closed the chapter of State of Decay 2 for the channel. It's kind of like how I would never play Grounded again, right? Because we beat Grounded, whoa, Permadeath, it's like now we can't even go back. It's crazy to think about, dude. It is bittersweet to achieve mastery over a game. You have nothing left to do after that. I need one more stick. Okay, there we go. Inventory's really ragged, but we're doing a good job of gathering mushrooms and shit. I'm gonna go ahead and put my chest on the ground. Take that. And deposit the copper nuggets. We're not likely to find any more now. Put the chest on my back. And let's keep on moving. So now it's just about hunting more animals and gathering more food on the way home. I have one more serving of porridge available. And I don't want to eat it unless I absolutely have to. Try to subsist on berries on the way home. Anyway, I could sail almost all the way home. But I do kind of want to... Oh, wow. Keep on hunting. Look at all this. Although I am happy to be down here with all these, I am worried that a predator will come in behind me, and I'll be stuck down here with it. Okay. 4 raccoons. I got a lump of animal fat. Their hide. You're on the mend, eh? Good. We got 2 lumps of fat killing those raccoons. I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of these cattails, I think. Or I can use them to craft more replacement bandages. Okay. All right. Collect the field mushrooms. All food is good food right now. I gotta find some berries to subsist on, though. The mushrooms I'd like to keep for porridge. All right, take care for now, old fart. We'll see you in a little bit, buddy. I don't really know much about modding Minecraft, buddy. No clue. Okay, we have to go back to the mainland and then walk back from there, using whatever daylight we have left to try and hunt more animals on the return journey home. We were able to forage for 39 of the required 40 copper nuggets that we needed. Oh, wow. It's really foggy here. Holy shit, is it ever foggy. I could shut this off. I do have a mod for shutting off the fog if I want to. But we'll leave it for now. I don't suppose I can instigate this animal's aggression. Well, I got no idea where it went. Let's get back to the mainland. It's not a very long swim. Anyway, the fog isn't so dense over here. Let's keep our eyes open for any animals we can hunt on the way home. If food gets too scarce, I can sail home and save on hunger. Satiety goes down quite slow when you're paddling a raft. Surprisingly. I really like this playthrough for one reason in particular, and it's because we've honestly had to work a lot harder to get started. We were running around looking for a beehive in the wild for 7 days, right? Literally 7 fucking days it took us to find our first hive. And now we've gone sailing around a shitload of the map, seeking out the copper veins that we located in the early game during that 7 days. We have 39 copper nuggets because of it, which meant I didn't have to do a single bit of panning, which is a pretty rare occurrence in any playthrough. Holy shit. Jesus, I got fucked up by that fox. Okay. Let's heal up and keep moving. It has been an extensive, almost 2-day journey, running around to get all those copper nuggets, but I kind of prefer that to panning, certainly. Panning is mind-numbing. Being able to come out here and get, like, a couple, you know, we have 2 oiled bear hides, we have 7 animal fat, we have a shitload of medium hide. It's been highly lucrative, in greater regards than panning would have been, right? And we got the copper nuggets, so everything is good. We got another bear down there. Beefy bastard, eh? All right. We have the oiled hide. Take that. Grab the bones. Inventory situation is ragged, but operable. We can still manage. I will need to make more spears soon, though. Certainly couldn't kill another bear with the durability we have remaining. I need one more flint. And then we nap the stone. Afterwards, endeavoring to get a couple of sticks. Alright, what do you got for me, Fox? Small hide. Bushmeat. Okay. There we go. Let's make the spearheads now. I'll make 3. Yeah, it's crazy, Evo, but even though, like, I've beaten hardcore Minecraft, but I've never modded Minecraft before. There could have potentially been, like, a wellspring of additional content that I could have tapped it for, but I never thought to mod it. That's a wolf, right? Hang on. Don't need the pine cones. I need one more stick. Okay. What the hell? Where's my spearheads? Is that like a glitch or something? No, here they are. Evidently I dropped them. All right. Let's go, buddy. Why are you running? Son of a bitch. I hate it when they do that, dude. Fucking predator running away. I would rather it if they were 100% aggressive. All right. Okay. You got any fat for me, buddy? No. A goat? Oh well, let's not worry about that right now. Let's keep moving. I gotta scale this mountain. Get over it. Okay. Once it gets dark, we're gonna want to just be on the water sailing home. But until then, we can try to hunt. Until maybe 2000 hours. That's quite a drop. I better be fucking careful here. Okay. Yeah, there was definitely a dry thunderstorm here. I just hope one day the dev fixes this problem where the leaves remain in the air even though they're not attached to a tree. Shit's annoying. More annoying if you have to actually see it. You know, like if it's right beside your base, you just got a bunch of floating leaves. I'd hate that. But out of sight, out of mind, as they say. Okay. All right. Well, if I want the potential fat and hide, I have to try to run it down. Wherever it is. But it keeps running further into the brush, making it a lot harder. Got it. It's a good thing I took that shot when I did. Okay. Got more animal fat. More medium hides. Grab that. Break the bones. Got it. Two medium hides. 4 bushmeat. Additional bones. Keep moving. We certainly are not going to run out of bear skin armor. In fact, I already have a cured brown bear pelt back at home. And we've had 2 black bear pelts curing in our backpack for quite some time now. Where are you? Holy shit. Oh my god. That was so fucked. Holy shit. I almost died. Oh, that's crazy. That was one hell of a fall, buddy. And a wolf chased us into the cave. I'm happy I was able to get out alive. Anyway, let's keep moving. I'm just gonna go ahead and eat this last bowl of porridge now. I'm gonna need to try and make more bandages, I think, for the rest of the way home. Okay, there's 16 horsetail. Now I need 8 cattails. And we have them just ahead. Let's leave our bowl right there for now. Okay, I now have heals. Let's go grab our bowl. What do you think that deer was running away from when it saw me? Huh. We have 62 vines. That's gonna make a lot of rope. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to find another couple animals that we can hunt before the sun sets so much that I no longer am able to see. But this has been a very long and very lucrative expedition. We did wonderfully out here. What is that? Oh, those are mushrooms. I was hoping those were like boars laying on the ground. Anyway, let's continue on. Got something here to kill. Got it. Okay. Anyway, the fastest way for me to get home would be to sail across the water, so I think that's what we're gonna do. Strap that to my back. And let's go. Yeah, home is directly that way. It's been a very long trip, highly lucrative. We made good gains, but we're still behind schedule, so we gotta haul ass. We gotta get shit done. Hang on. I am kind of forgetting one very important aspect to this. I need wood. Are there any, like, oak trees around? I don't know. You know what? We'll worry about that after. I did get a couple of pieces of black coal. With that, I should be able to make my first tools, and I won't need charcoal. And in fact, once I have my first tools, I'll be able to go over here to the black coal deposits that we found and harvest some. Same with these 3 copper veins. Yeah. Okay, we got a little island here, but we have to keep on going straight. It's fucking dark. Yeah, Andy. Yeah, I'm late on getting my crops done, getting my bees done. Primarily because usually I try to find bees and get 128 flax seeds by day 4. But I was looking for bees on day 7 still, just running around, right? And that put us a few days behind schedule. I usually try to have my crops planted and my bees producing honey by like mid-June if I can. Along with having, like, tin bronze, right? But we are considerably behind schedule on that. Yeah, I have to try to, like, maximize the season, right? Maximize our grow season. So we definitely got to try to make up for some lost time. I completely forgot about the torches here. I should have grabbed them before I left, but I didn't know I would be gone so long. Put that here. All right. We're finally home. Oh, wow. The torches are still here. How long do they have? Maybe they were out of render distance, so maybe they couldn't burn. Oh, 7 hours. Okay, right on. We made it back in time. Let's grab all that. Can't believe we made it in time. Let's deposit all the mushrooms that we brought home. That's gonna tide us over for a while. Good stew. Got a bunch of hides. Close up the cellar. Wait, we have almond mushrooms too. Yeah. I'll eat these lone mushrooms. Now I need 12 grain. Three peat. Should be enough to cook 6 servings of porridge. Okay. So far, so good. I can eat these king bullets. We now have 20 ropes that we did not have before. Okay. I don't really want to use all of my fat making pelts, you know? The animal hide bags are useful, but I also have the chest on my back. So I'm wondering, do I even want to bother, right? If I use 2 fat, then I can get 4 medium pelts, which should be my 4 animal hide bags. And then... Alright, fuck it. We're just gonna make a whole bunch of pelts right now. Yeah, we may as well stockpile on them. We have our brown bear hide done. Let's put our chest on the ground. Empty it. How close are those to being done, anyway? 46% cured. Fair enough. Okay, we have new porridge now. And we're gonna make some armor. I need bones. Let's empty all of this. And rope. And now I need the boots. Okay. We now have full body protection. $39 copper nuggets. I'm gonna need a piece of wood. Let's grab this, put it on our back. Deposit that. Yeah, I need 1 more copper nugget. For that, I need 1 piece of wood. See a lot of bushes, but no wood. I only need 1. Here we go. Alright, solid. Let's get all the sticks we can before we harvest it. Okay. With that, use the knife, make a wooden pan. Now I just need to get 1 copper nugget, and we'll be able to make our first tools. Hammer, pickaxe. And then we know exactly where we're getting our next batches of copper. Alright, let's leave that torch right there. Let's go grab our sand. Eat. Put that in the fire. I am well aware my base looks horrendous right now. We're gonna get to it pretty soon, I promise. Okay. Grab the sand. And let's pan that shit. Yeah, we're literally just panning until we get 1 copper nugget, and then we're done. Oh, fuck. Okay. Let's try this again. At least he let me know he was there, right? Could have hit me. There it is. Okay, we're actually done. It only took 1 sand, and now we're done. We have 40 copper nuggets. I can make my first metal tools. But I can't start yet. I have to fire all these clay products, so we're gonna pivot and focus on that right now. Got the black coal right here. I'll store that in there, and then the pan we'll just leave right there, but most likely we'll get rid of it. Okay. We're gonna want to start taking trips over there. We have plenty of peat in the surrounding area for this. We just have to get our clay products firing as fast as we can. And I could also benefit from making some charcoal. What the fuck is that? Oh, weird flowers. Okay. There's our 20 ingot molds all laid out. I might need more slots than even all that. Oh, that's a lot of shit. I could get a lot of wood over there. All right. Now, we have a shitload of sticks. More sticks than we're gonna need. We're okay on the sticks. Let's start gathering some dry grass, because we know we're gonna need a lot. I'm gonna need at least, like, 200, at least. Let's try to do a little bit of basic math here. I have 20 ingot molds. That's gonna be 10 slots, which is 100 dry grass, 80 sticks, and 80 peat. You know what, let's get 200 grass. I already have all the sticks I need, and we're gonna get 2 full stacks of peat. I'm so glad that we found this tin bronze knife, dude. We're flying through this. It is probably gonna break by the time we're done with this task, but man, it has helped so much to have a knife this durable and this fast. I really can't complain. All right. Let's eat. All right. Let's grab some flint. I don't need more sticks. We're good. Make a knife. Okay, keep going. Okay, we should have enough dry grass now. Let's take everything over there. I will need to gather more peat, and I'm hoping we won't be too harassed while we do it. I won't gather it from here. We'll gather it closer to the fire pits, because I do have a lot of peat over there. I need to figure out where my medium fertility soil is going to be coming from, too. All right, here we are. Okay, there we go. Let's get everything set up. I might need one more of these. Looks like it. Okay. There's the single slot items. And then anvil. And one extra. Watering can. All right, let's start filling it up. Looks like our projected quantities were quite accurate. Now I need 8 sticks per slot, and then half as many, half as much peat. Beautiful. And while this stuff is processing, I can go cut down a forest or two for charcoal. Okay, let's get it all lit, get it all going. Honestly, it did not take that much work to get this going. The simple fact that we gathered almost 300 sticks in the early game when we were running around looking for the bees saved us a lot of time, right? I'm not gonna have to grind away punching leaves for an hour, right? It helps a lot. Anyway, there goes the shovel. All of those are lit. The beacon of Amundir is lit. Gondor calls for aid. And Clayhan will answer. Sorry, that was a pretty terrible joke. Alright. Now, we're gonna need to make a bunch of additional axes, and we need to cut down a shitload of trees. So, let's begin. I'm gonna want at least 4 axes, at least. Including the one that I have currently. And there are some oak trees across the water that we could get. Okay. Nothing to my right but a shitload of pines, it looks like. Not that I can see through the murky din of the fog. Let's eat. Okay. Keep a little bit of sticks on me, in case we need more axes, right? And deposit all of the peat. All right, let's go. I'm gonna be popping off of here soon, but I figure we can at least get the charcoal pit burning before I log out, right? It has been one hell of a day. One of the hardest beginnings to an adventure that we've had in terms of our fortune with finding, or rather not finding, bees, right? It took 7 days of us wandering around. We got a very late start, but we are going pretty fast through the required technology upgrades. All right, let's start cutting these suckers down. All right. $30 oak. That's it, huh? I was hoping for a lot more, but it is what it is. This one. This is a very beefy tree, so strong that the percentage is only going down 1% at a time, never 2. That's crazy, buddy. We'll get a lot of wood from this. We're only 50% of the way done this tree. I don't think I've ever seen an oak tree this grand before, taking this long. $20 left. Let's see how much wood we get from it. Oh, wow. 3 axes. We went through 3 axes and didn't even cut the whole tree down. That's insane, dude. That took 3 stone axes and there's still trees standing there. That is nuts, dude. I don't think I've ever seen that in my life. All right. And for good reason. We got a massive amount of wood there. All right, let's make a new axe. Try to finish this tree off. All things considered, what is that? 35, 205 minus 30. I got 175 wood from that tree, dude. That is nuts. Okay, well, we certainly have a shitload of wood now. There's no more oak trees around this area, though, at least no big ones. We'll have to go further when we actually want to get oak for base building. For now, those oak trees saved us a lot of time getting our charcoal pit up and running. Okay. I'll need that to start the fire over the charcoal pit. We're gonna need to make a lot more axes just to produce the damn firewood. All right, let's make another shovel so I can clear out some of the sand. Make our little charcoal pit. All right, let's begin. I'm gonna make 2 more axes minimum. Yeah, the more charcoal we make right now, the longer it's gonna be before we ever have to worry about it again. So I'm pretty gung-ho about making a shitload of it. All right. Let's make another axe. It looks like I need to process 32 more oak wood into firewood. It's honestly a pretty big amount of firewood to start with. That's 12 rows right there. All right, let's get started. All right, the charcoal pit is done. Let's get that lit. And then make sure it's not exposed to any air. So we have the charcoal coming in. We have all of our clay products producing. Smoking aces. All right. And I still have 24 oak logs left over. I don't really know where we're gonna get our medium fertility soil at all. I have no clue, but let's go take a look over here. Maybe I can at least figure that out before the episode's end. Besides, I want to see the telltale black smoke that indicates we did it properly with the charcoal pit. That might be medium fertility right over there. Yeah, it's got a darker hue. That is definitely medium fertility. Okay, we can get what we need back there. And there might also be some red clay nearby. I'm gonna check. That's chert. Gravel. Let's eat. That's peat. All right. Well, let's head back home for now. This is medium fertility soil. We know exactly where to get it when it comes time to build the farm, which is not too far off. Right as soon as we get the bucket, which is, you know, right as soon as I get tin bronze and make my saw. Hello, Euclid. It has been a while. It's wonderful to see you. The story is quite vintage, buddy. It's going pretty good. Yeah, we have bees located. We're doing our clay burning right now, making our charcoal. We have 40 copper nuggets. We're a little behind schedule, but that's because the beginning of the game was really hard. Took us a long time to find the bees that we needed. 7 days. But yeah, we're finally catching up, and we're getting shit done. How are you, buddy? How's life treating you lately? Okay, the charcoal and the clay products will be done very soon. I would love to have more of that mountain over there rendered in. My PC can handle it without too much lag, then we'll do it. Alright, let's deposit these. Get rid of the blocks. let's prepare a little bit more food before we pop off. Okay. And I'm gonna put down a second fire so I can cook both at once. Okay. All right. We have 2 cooking pots of porridge cooking. Using ingredients gathered lately, let's eat these 2 puffballs to tide us over in the meantime. And seal this up. Although I will want to put one of those cooking pots in there. Let's eat this and plant the oak tree seed. Right over here. Our house looks filthy, admitted, but it's all right. Okay. I think I'm just gonna store these. They'll cure either way. Okay. And this is the porridge that we eat. How'd the last run die? You're playing RimWorld, right on, right on. The last run ended, we died trying to fight the boss at a story location called Devastation. We died to fall damage. We fell really, really high, and it killed us. But I am confident that if I went back to Devastation, I could probably get it done. This time around. All right, we have food ready. All right, that's it for today, guys. We're all good. Hello there, gamer fam. Hello. How's life treating you lately? I'm sorry that we're, heading out pretty much right as soon as you got here, but it's about that time. Episode 1 has been 7 hours long. We're on like June 2nd or June 3rd, something like that, and we are working our way toward the Tin Bronze Age. In the very beginning of the next episode, we're going to be making our copper pickaxe and our copper hammer, at which point we're going to go dig up some of the copper veins that we found out in the world. We did find quite a few. We can stock up on a good amount of copper. And we're also going to want to stock up on cassiterite as well. So we're going to begin seeking that out as soon as possible. Next episode, we try to get the farm done. We try to get the farm and the bees producing. Hopefully, we can have all of it done by like July, right? July seems all right to me. July 1st. We're going to aim for that. Yeah, we'll try to accomplish it. All right, anyway. Yeah. You're probably waking up for the day, hey, gamer fam? Or like getting ready for work? Well, either way, it's been good to see you at least for the brief time I could. Everybody, keep love alive, live to forgive, and let redemption ride shotgun. I will see you in the next one. So until then, take care, rock on, and peace out. Have a good night and a wonderful sleep or a good rest of your day, depending on where you live. And I will see you in the next episode. All right. Peace out, everybody.